Hello, everybody! Welcome to War Thunder Wednesday, also known as just playing some War Thunder. Why am I so silly? Hi, everybody. Hi, boss. I'm not cute, you silly. So today, due to recent BR changes, aka pushing the top BR to 13.7, which is actually really good, and I'm very happy to see that. I'm still slightly annoyed with certain things. I'm very happy that Gaijin decided to take a very, very large step in choosing to acknowledge that Fox Frees are unbelievably powerful, and Fox Ones are not comparable to Fox Frees. Although I do believe that Gaijin also did some mistakes in their choice, and I wish to go over it because, hey, it's kind of one of those things I do. I give commentary. Now, choosing to leave 9-3 alone was okay until you remember that there's this thing called the Starfighter. The F-104A, and by extension the F-104C, which also gets bombs, but that doesn't really matter. The F-104A and the F-104C are both unbelievably powerful at its BR, and it should have gone up. Now that BR decompression is happening, although not to its fullest extent, considering the fact that the A10 is still 10.3, and if we go to Russia, the XG-25 is also 10.3, which is nowhere near enough for their ridiculous countermeasures and all-aspect missiles. While I do understand that all-aspect missiles are kinda shit when fired from slower aircraft, there's still all-aspect missiles being fired against predominantly 50s era jets, and there's just such a time gap that it is not a fair fight, and it shouldn't be happening. Also, I think the F8U should still go up into the next year, but that's probably just because its BR is such a gap between everything else. Very happy to see that rank 6 and rank 7 is being split up, but still. Hello, Maggot Master. I returned from my deepest slumber to drop droogs on you with my B-29. Oh no, not the B-29. Hi. But yeah, I genuinely don't think the F-104 is in a good BR. It should definitely go up. 8.3 is not a comfortable BR to fight F-104s, and due to matchmaking being like +1, -1 in like BR, and not plus 0.7, -0.7, it's bad. It's very bad. And the F-104 is definitely going to be something I'm going to be playing today, just to kind of show how silly it is. I will, of course, also look at like other perspectives. I think the J-32B is one of those vehicles that is somewhat comparable to the Starfighter, but it suffers a different issue than the Starfighter. The F-104 is the bane of my existence. I can understand why. And I have been good. Don't worry about it. I'm just going over the new patch notes. Like, I don't think the J-32B is in a comfortable situation compared to the F-104. While it does have an afterburner, while it does have basic A9B sidewinders, the issue with it is that this thing cannot break the Mach barrier. Thoughts on the XS? Not worth it, get the A instead. J-35A is a wonderful plane that does a lot better than the XS, simply just because of countermeasures. He already got it. Well, don't worry about it. Like, the XS is fine. I just believe that the A model is better. And in general, I don't believe you need a premium to play through Sweden. Sweden has so many different highlights of vehicles that are fun and enjoyable that getting premiums for it, it's not really worth it. Yes, I have premiums. This I received as a birthday present, this I purchased with my own money, and this I've also purchased with my own money. I bought the A-Dragon because I have a personal love for the Dragon. Also, I believe that this camouflage justifies in and of itself. I've always liked this. I've had this as a poster on my wall as a child many a times, so therefore I kind of just felt the need to get it. But that's something else. But like, the issue is that this thing can't go above Mach, and there's a lot of other aircraft, where like the MiG-19, that thing can go above Mach. Well, obviously the F-104 can also go above Mach, and if we go to Britain, where we can like find the Lightning, that thing is nearly Mach 2 capable at low altitude. Like, it's Mach 1.3 capable at low altitude, definitely Mach 2 capable at high altitude. Of course, you're never going to fly faster than Mach 1.5 in game, but still, we have something like a Hawker Hunter, which also suffers the same issue as the J-32, and like, that Mach barrier is still there, and it's still a problem. And I believe that like planes that are Mach 1 capable versus Mach, which is like sub-Mach, is just not okay. They shouldn't be fighting each other because there's so many different advantages, especially with the F-104, where you can just, well, I missed my shot. Instead of fighting them, I'm just gonna zoom off and not care. Well, that's also something that you see in Russia, where, like, yeah, we have the MiG-19, but we also have a MiG-21 of this BR. Why there's a MiG-21 of this BR, I cannot say. I do believe it's because the cannon has so little ammo, and it only gets 2 R3s. Which, for those who don't know, is a reverse engineered AIM-B. And like, these planes being this fast at this BR is just so unbelievable. What I'm hearing is the A-10 should be 9.0. No, what you're hearing is the top BR should be 15.0. Now I understand that Gaijin don't want to do this. Still enduring Vietnam, A-10 should be 7.0. No, it should not. But like, genuinely, I don't think the MiG-21 should be this low of a BR, just like the F-104. Now I understand that there is definitely a significantly higher capability of the F-104, mainly due to its higher ammunition load, which is quite often a limiting factor, especially for the Russians, because like the Russians for some reason was just like, yeah, we're just not gonna give bullets to our planes. Like, Yak-30 has 3 cannons with 225, that's like 60 rounds per cannon. More like 70, but whatever. The MiG-15, barely 200 rounds in total. MiG-17, barely 200 rounds in total. MiG-19, 140, that's 70 rounds per gun, that's barely anything. The Russians really had a high, like, confidence in the amount of ammo they needed. But, like, it gets at least better, because, like, the MiG-21 goes from 60 rounds to 200 rounds, and once you get, like, 200 rounds for a gun, you start having decent ammo. Here, look at the BR of the German premium MiG-21 is. It's 11.3. It basically didn't move. It went from 11.0 to 11.3. Meanwhile, most of its competitors went all the way up to 12.0. Which is kind of funny to me, not gonna lie. The MiG-21 Le Sueur has become really good. Whereas the SPSK, I don't know. Let's check. It doesn't exist. Did they remove it? Probably not. I just can't see it because I don't have it. If it's a premium, then sometimes, you know, it's not available. It's a grab a German trade later. Probably. But I believe that with the recent change, there is another issue. And this issue I actually think is worse than like the 9.3 to 10.0 area, which is still a problem. Like all these Cold War jets that are like barely Mach capable versus these very clearly Mach 1.5 capable in like regular gameplay fighters that just completely outpower everything. They shouldn't be at this BR. I understand why the MiG-21, not that one. I understand why like the F-13 is here, although I still don't believe it should be there. I think it should be higher, simply just because of its max speed is so unbelievable. Like MiG-21s are basically rockets. They have so much power. They are too good for the BR they're at. Same with the Su-7s, because they don't need to be like particularly accurate because they can always create their own like advantages. Well, there's another German MiG-21 called the SPSK. It's a premium. Well, I can't see it. Sorry. It's probably like you can go look at it on the wiki. Make an AV8 SED Plus, which has rocket boosters and make it Mach capable. I don't think that like rocket boosters in general should be in this game at this point. This is a 10-0. Like that sounds a little bit better, mainly because it's Mach capable. Like its Mach capability is ridiculous. Like there's a reason why the F-104G, which has like more missiles, like as soon as an F-104 gets more missiles, they go up in BR. The G variant, which has a better radar and like more capability, but that doesn't really matter. Because you get way better casts at like other BR vehicles, like in this thing, for instance, the F4F is just ridiculous when it comes to casts. Now my DSPS-K is 9.3. It shouldn't be 9.3. That's ridiculous. Does it also have the 30mm gun with like 60 rounds? Is that it? But like still, as soon as a starfighter gets more missiles, it sits as 11-0, very justifiably, because they are very, very powerful vehicles. Like even the A-Draken sits at 9.7. Partially because it's ridiculous at low speed, but also because it is definitely Mach capable, and like the J32B and the A-Draken being this close in BR is almost ridiculous when their flight performance is so wildly different. But it gets worse. Like that's just the German starfighter. If we go to Italy, one of the like most proponent like users of the starfighter, they have a G starfighter, they have an S starfighter, they even have like the ASA, and they're like at ridiculously high BRs. Even the TAF, the premium, at 11.3, which gets like A9Ps and Sparrows. Like this thing is really good. I know the radar is not the best in the world, but like Turkey is not exactly known for their brilliance. Like it's not a pulse Doppler radar. It doesn't even have ITM mode, which is kind of a shame, but like still. It can only carry either gun or countermeasures, which only had 64 of. Yeah, but like still, that thing is ridiculous about BR. It gets R60s at 9.3. R60s are basically guaranteed kills if you can like handle it about BR. You can only carry 2 sets of each missile, except for the R3s, which you can carry 2 of on each wings. Yeah, but like that's still fine. Like that's pretty good. Like that thing is ridiculous. It should definitely be higher BR, regardless of you trading away the gun. But like the F-104 for like Italy, they're also sitting at high BRs because the airframe is justifiably actually really fucking good. Now, I know that the F-104s aren't really known for being like super maneuverable, but they're still good. The Mirage 3 didn't get touched being a Mirage 3E with better turning and no flares, but still pretty strong at 10-0. I haven't even looked at France yet, really. Like I have comments about France, but like I want to do a tirade about the F-104s. Like being 11-0 is very justifiable for the F-104s. But like still, the F-104A sits at 9.3. Same with the C, same vehicle essentially, just more bomb carrying load. They're ridiculous. And while I know the US got rid of their F-104s very quickly, Europe didn't. Europe kept using them to a very, very strong degree. And it's obvious that like as soon as an F-104 gets slightly better missiles, they skyrocket in BR. Yeah, it has OV. Sorry, about the MiG-21. You can only carry 2 sets of missiles. Oh yeah, it's OP. Radar lock and head on with someone, launch and move away and flare, and you get a free kill. Yeah, basically. It's kind of silly. You know what you should do? Use the Chi-Ha long gun 10-0. I do not have a Chi-Ha long gun because I don't play Japan. I casually dabble with their aircraft, but I don't play Japan. I don't really feel a need for it. If I wanted to play Japan, like, the things I want to play Japan for is the Type 10 and the Type 90. I don't really care about the rest of Japan. Actually, that's incorrect. I do really like the STB and the Type 74. But the rest of Japan doesn't bother me whatsoever. The all loader is crazy. I mean, I get crazy all loaders here in Sweden as well. 5-second all loader. Once again, 5-second all loader. Like, these things are ridiculously funny as well. They dance. Active suspension is not that important to me. Besides, if I want to see active suspension, I might as well just play Sweden again, because the VS tanks have like the funniest dancing. But like, still, I genuinely think the F104s are very poorly balanced. The cheese wedge, no, the doorstop, if anything. But yeah, the S tank is kind of ridiculous. There's only one more thing I have a comment on. And that's the 12-0 divide and the 13-0. Like, the 13-0 and the 12-0 vehicles now. And F4E is crying. Let's see here. I mean, the EJ is at a perfectly functional PR. But the EJ Kai, oof, that thing's got... this thing got murdered. Like, ridiculously murdered. And yet, somehow, I don't feel like it did. Because, like, it still gets F-Sparrows, which are actually pretty good. Like, I know it's, like, in a really unfortunate matchup. Nah! I'm not cute, but hi, Shima. Hi, Shima. Thank you, boss. Hi, Shima. The EJ Kai will probably still do fine, maybe. I mean, I think it'll do fine if it wasn't... and like, this is the reason why I believe that Gaiden should at least taken the step and gone all the way up to 14-0. The F-15J. It's an F-15A. It doesn't really matter. But like, this thing gets M7Ms and A3s. Like these missiles are hilarious. They're basically like the AIM-9M. But like, these things are hilarious. Anyway, I'm cooked. So I'm gone. Goodbye, Shima. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm not cute. You're the cute one. God damn it. I'm not going to be like playing games for another half an hour, am I? Okay, bye, puppy person. Shima's adorable, but I'm not the puppy. Venom is. Speaking of which, I'm going to be very, very cheesy. Go follow this puppy. Oh, I have to wait 11 seconds to give out another shout out. Quick, who has 60k points? Nobody. Nobody should have that many points. But like, the F-15J being 13-0, the F-15A being 13-0, the F-16 being 12-7. Okay, admittedly, the F-16A is kind of trash. Like, yes, it gets AIM-9Ls, and that's about it. But like, the ADF being 13-0 with... Oh, no mind. Actually, I keep forgetting that this thing doesn't get AIM-9Ms. Okay, the ADF could stay 13-0. But like, there are so many vehicles that are currently 13-0. The MiG-29 is not the worst, but like the fucking MiG-29G being 13-0. Like, that's not okay. And like, the reason why I think that's not okay... Also, go follow this cutie. Venom is adorable. They're a bupper. The reason why it's not okay is because, and I hate to say this, I believe that all the, like, the most popular premium packs got shafted. The F4S, oh yeah, that one didn't. The MiG-23ML, at least it didn't get fucked as much as the F4S, but the UK Phantom II and the FGR2 and the FG1, the EJ Kai definitely got shafted. I don't understand why it's like higher BR than like the other phantoms. I genuinely don't understand it. It's probably because of the missiles, but that's about it. But like even for China, like at least they don't have this issue as much, although the JH7 is still kind of bad. But like they have an F-16 sitting at 13-0 just punching down, even though luckily enough they get like a slightly like better situation, but still Italy's F-104 is still kind of sad. It doesn't really matter though. But like the Tornado ADV gets kind of fucked over by this. In Great Britain, their Tornado doesn't really get fucked over, but still it gets fucked over. I mean, the EJ Kai over the British Phantoms has the F-16 radar and all aspect IR missiles and better radar ones. Yes. But like the F1C 200 gets fucked over. Nah. Arlagon, why did you have to do that? Thank you so much for the gift sub. But like the F1C 200 gets kind of fucked over. Weirdly enough, the S4 gets a really, really good matchmaking now. This thing is just fucking terrifying. Because I can't stop. Shut up. I will say, this thing kinda gets a decent matchmaker. But the D-Viggen, once again, much like the F4S, shouldn't be fighting the 13-0 vehicles. Before, they were 11-3, and like the Gripen, which is going to be ridiculous in down BR. Oh yeah, my Mirage S5 should play it again. Yes. But like, the thing about it is that like these vehicles, thank you boss, you did good. You did really good. These vehicles that are 13-0 now, if they get down BRs, they're going to crush players ridiculously. It's not going to be fair. It's not going to be fun. I'm just going to say this now. If you have a good 12-3, you're going to have a fucking wonderful time right now. But I genuinely believe that what Gaiden should have done is made all the vehicles that like became 13-0 right now, like the F-15A, it should be 13-3. And the F-16C and all the other top BR should be 14-0. Leave the 12-0 premiums alone. Not so they can punch down, but rather because currently they're being beaten the hell out of by whatever's above them. Wait, the S5 Mirage got MAW? When? No idea. Genuinely, I have no idea. I don't know much about these Mirage. I haven't read into them because I don't play them yet. I have the S4, but like still. Also, hold on. Did this thing get MAW then? Did the S4 also get MAW? Doesn't say. Else launch detection, but that's not necessarily the same. Definitely not the same. In the modification list. Yeah, as you might be able to tell, I don't play this thing much. Mods. Well, it does indeed get MAW. I guess that's like the big difference between the S4 and the S5. Doesn't get MAW? Oh, it does. Lucky them. But like, there's clearly a large divide. Like the Belgian F-16A, which gets AIM-9Ms at least, this thing with its extended flare pods, this thing gets treated well and gets put to 13-3. But why the hell does the Gripen or the F-15 not get put to 13-3? I genuinely do not understand it, Gaijin. I think it's a very, very terrible decision to put the F4S with its 12-0 matchmaking, the F4J, the, like, sorry, wrong nation. I Why am I clicking here unless it fits button? The Tornado F3, which is somewhat okay, but still not good enough. The FGR2, the FG1, the Phantom 2, like there are so many fighters here. China doesn't really see this issue, mainly because they have like a weird, awkward gap here. But like for Italy, the F4S ASA, this thing is also getting punched down on right now very heavily. The Tornado ADV, which while it does get sky flashes with super temps, which is really fucking nice because super temps are by far way better than dogfights. But like still, the super temps, the F1C 200 and the other F1C, like these two gets really bullied. The F1CT, which also will get bullied a lot. And like in Sweden, I don't really want to count the D-Viggen because this thing has so many fucking countermeasures. It's unbelievable. It's hilarious, actually. This thing could perfectly go up to 12-3. I don't mind. Although I also think it's kind of... It's weird. The D-Viggen is ridiculous. I still think they should put it up to 13-0, give it AMRAAMs, and just call it a day. Put this thing, give it AIM-9Ls, and just put it at 12-0 and call it a day. And then maybe if Gaijin really wants to be adventurous, introduce the A-Viggen with its flare pods, just like on the AJ, and just do that. Give it flare pods and give it like its sky flashes and AIM-9Ps. That'll be fine. Like put it at probably 10-7 or like 11-0. That would work fine. I don't mind. Not every single vehicle has to be good. I want to point that out. But I also think that sometimes the choice to like step on certain things is bad. Currently, there's a very clear divide between the vehicles who used to be 11-0, which is now 11-3, and the vehicles who used to be 11-3, which is now 12-0. And that's kinda awkward. First thing I need to do now is fix the F-15s. Oh yeah, the F-15s still go... Actually, didn't they fix it already? Like, okay, so for those who don't know, also, let's have a quick look at the Kfir C7. That thing is probably also being treated... Oh yeah, that thing is being treated very poorly. This thing is also getting punched on by all the 13-0s. I'm not sure how I feel about this Phantom. I don't really know what it even gets. Doesn't get radar missiles. It gets a shit ton of countermeasures though. Wow. Okay, I feel kind of bad for this thing. I had one of those silly down tiers last night. Haven't heard of any fix. Oof. Okay, for those who don't know, the F-15A and the F-15A, there it is, and the F-15J, which is also an F-15A, they have a minor bug right now. They're still considered 12-3 in the matchmaker, and therefore they can go down to 11-3. It's kind of hilarious. It's not fair. It's not really bug abuse if you play it, but please don't. But yeah, it's kind of silly, but like there's a lot of nations, or very specifically there's a lot of 12-0s that gets really messed up right now. I feel bad for them. I mean, if half of them are premiums, and I usually don't really have any hard feelings towards premiums, but I kind of feel bad for them. Well, what a shame to be a Japan main grinding out my F-15JM. Let's have a quick look. Yep, that one. I still want the F-16 AJ. Kinda, like, it's, gets F-Sparrows and like, AIM-9Ls, which is not the worst in the world, but, like, I can definitely see that having IRCCM would be very, very nice at this BR. Honestly, I really want the F2. That's kind of just what I'm waiting for. But I'm just being lazy, I'm just fucking around with Japan, having a good time, and just busy playing everything else. Is the F-16 AJ a Block 15? I can't tell. I'm sorry. Genuinely can't tell if this is a Block 15. But considering the fact that it has ground ordnance, and sparrows, I would probably guess it's kinda like the Block 15 in Belgium. I don't know what it is, if I recall correctly. I think it's a little lighter than the other F-16s. Maybe, like, I think it's a Block 15 because it would fit with the capabilities of the F-16A here that has ground ordnance. Although, yes, of course, it has some upgrades because, like, this Block 15 has been upgraded by a bit. But, yeah. Also, once again, another perfect example of as soon as a F-104 gets slightly more missiles, it immediately skyrockets in BR. Genuinely, it's kind of ridiculous. Really need a sail. I have so many vehicles I need to play. Hello, Tappy! Hi. Look at the adorable. Actually, hold on. Boss, can you do the thing? Do the thing for Tappy. Meanwhile, the F-104J staying at 10-3. I gotta check that because I didn't notice. Oh, it did. But what missiles does it have? Oh my. Thanks, boss. I think it's because it doesn't have countermeasures, whereas, like, the Gs do get countermeasures. Yeah, go follow Tappy. Tappy's adorable. Tappy just made affiliate. They deserve love. I think genuinely it's just because it doesn't get countermeasures, but this thing is at a significantly more comfortable BR, or at least a significantly more functional and, like, safe and genuinely just in general a, like, non-toxic BR as the F-104A, which is like 9.3. Now, I've been chatting for like half an hour, and I haven't played a single game because I was just having a moment. So let's start out with this thing that I keep hyping up as being overpowered. Let's play like a couple of games of the F-104, and then I'm gonna switch over to some 12-0s and like kind of show what I believe to be like the problem. I also might want to play some 11-3s, pencil plane, a flying dart, a coffin nail. Fucking love this thing. Oh yeah. Oh my god, I completely forgot. I had this on because I'm playing with a friend who's currently situated in Australia. But yeah, I really like the F-104. I think it's fun. Although I also think it's kind of overpowered of this BR. If I get a down BR, it's going to be even more overpowered. I am 10-0 from what I can tell. Yeah, 10-0. 10-3. Never mind. But like even at 10-3, the majority of the enemy team is not going to be that good. And since this jet is comfortably like 9-7 and 10-0, I still think that this vehicle is going to do fine in an up BR. And it's going to just be very overpowered in a down BR. That's a Mirage 3C. I swear I need to get around to flying those. I really like the Mirage, mainly just because it's a Delta wing. Although I hate it because it's French, but I just like the Mirage. I like the Rafale even more, but, you know, that's just, you know, a thing. Yeah, let's get some games underway. I can comfortably sit at just the max afterburner as well, which means that I can easily get up to speed. And just like the MiG-21 right there and the Lightning, we are just leaving the rest of our team behind, especially the F-100s, which are Focke-Wulf. Especially the F-100s, who are not mock capable. Neither is the Hawker Hunter. Hi, Fluffy! Oh my god, there are so many cuties here. Boss, can I ask you to do the thing for Fluffy as well? Having a good time today. F104, yeah. The F104 is ridiculous, and even though it doesn't really pull that hard in game, it's mainly just because Gaiden put like limits on it, because this thing can easily pull like 11G. Which sounds really weird because everybody's like, oh my god, the F104 can't pull. No, the F104 can pull fine. The issue is that the F104 goes so fucking fast that you don't feel like it's turning. Five. Now those have flares. I can't really get kind of do that F104 is just doing things over there. That's an F100. And here we have a perfect example of a vehicle that can barely do anything to me because I am still going Mach in a climb. And this guy is barely even... Oh, he's gonna get missiled. Because a Mirage with radar missiles is kind of silly in this VR. Yep. Coming so far. Once again, like, the F100s are getting punched on so hard because of Mach-capable vehicles. Is that a good BR, but sucks when it gets shot, when it gets down-tiered, because it's literally unfair? Oh yeah, this thing is really unfair. It's part of the reasons why I'm playing it, because I kind of want to highlight how I believe it's unfair. I can't get my nose on him. I'm currently just following this Mirage around, which is not really worth it. I have a Hunter on me. Not good, and this Hunter over here got shot down. Satch. Crash by ripping his wings, probably. Ooh, that's a Harrier. Speaking of unmaneuverable vehicles that can barely do anything. Now, because I'm so much faster than him, he doesn't really have any other chance than just hoping that he can, like, confuse me enough to outturn me. Which he can, because I'm just going too fast. Oddly enough, I'm more maneuverable than him. I'm just going too fast. Too easy. Oh, instead of worrying, I'm just gonna burn. And gain an immense amount of energy over him. And I got shot down by an A5. Woo! That's completely my own fault, though. How to counter F104? Turn slightly to the left. I mean, admittedly, I haven't flown it for about a month? I don't fly this thing a lot. I kind of just spaded it and then called it a day. Because apparently I got the Bastille Day thing. Oh yeah, it's the Bastille Day, isn't it? I was here like a little while ago. I should have played more France then. Hi, Lemon. It's going great. Having a good time. I finally annoyed Shima enough that they raided me. So, Gaiden fired the senior community manager a week ago, and the new one is a Russian politician. Oh no. That's not good. That means there's going to be a lot of pro-Russian sentiment in like the community managing now. Youth. Really matter. I didn't really check. Carriers, which is 9-7. Oh, 10-0. Have a 10-0? Not really, no. Because I can't really see. It's easier if we just check this. Do I see an 8-10-A? I do not, so it might just be 10-0. I forget. Yeah, okay, but this is definitely a 10-0 match. But, yeah. There we go. Finally confirmed it. This is 9-0, so it's 10-0. Well, Silver is the most fun you can have in CS. Oh, Silver is like fucking hilarious. Got off from playing CSGO, got Silver 1 as a rank, sad times. Listen, Lemon, playing in Silver is a magical experience because you can play it casually. You don't have to worry about being good, you don't have to worry about what your team says, nor their opinions, you can just have fun. I was Master Guardian 2 years ago, but quit and played every other game. Hey, don't worry about it. I played a lot of CS as a child, but when Counter-Strike Global Offensive came out, I just kind of stopped playing the game. So I never really bothered like getting into the whole ranking thing. But like, the thing is that My main worry, at least this match doesn't have like as many all aspects. It still has a couple because of reasons, but like this match is not going to be as bad. Counter-Strike is fun when you stop giving a shit about rank. That is like every single competitive game ever. If you just have fun and don't actively try to be like a high rank, like, because the majority of the time it's your ego that ruins your fun, not the game. Good. Didn't have a good angle, doesn't really matter. I can still turn in on this guy. And I can do it with quite a lot of impunity. I can just catch up. Hardest thing in the world. Never hit, I shouldn't. Ah! Happy, thank you so much for following me. I really appreciate it. Tino. Probably does. Well, it doesn't feel like it, so I'm gonna do that. See what happens. He outturned it. He was paying attention. Yeah, I can... Oh. I got killed by Mirage. Didn't really have matter, but Magic would kill me regardless of what I tried. I like being third-partied. It's enjoyable. The Mirage 3C seems kinda like good VR. Hold on, I gotta check what that is. What the fuck is a VR? Oh. Yeah, no wonder. This thing is on a really good VR. What's a cannon? What is this? It's a rocket! Okay. What the hell? Yeah, this thing gets really good treatment for this VR. I know the radar sucks, but like still. This thing should probably be higher. Definitely should be higher. This thing is a Steel Cleaver right now. Oh boy. Should probably be higher. This thing gets basically the same, but it actually gets flares. It probably gets a better, better radar as well. IFF, PBR mode, at least it has IFF, that's pretty nice. Let's see. Well, it's the same radar. Okay, this thing is just kind of unfair. Wow, this thing should not be 10-0. This thing should definitely go up to 10-3, if not higher. What is even the point of flying this Super Nintendo then? That doesn't matter. But like, yeah, while I have been third-partied, let's see if we can actually get a kill in this thing, because like, the majority of the time it's really funny. What's your thought on the new VR change? I would almost recommend you to just wait for this stream to be over, and then just watch the first 30 minutes of the stream, because genuinely, I have been through quite a bit of it. Overall, I think it's a step in the right direction. I also think that Gaijin definitely didn't do their due diligence with a lot of vehicles, specifically the Mirage 3C, apparently. I also believe that like some vehicles like the F-104 has greatly benefited from this, because this thing has not gone up in VR. Like it probably should, to 9.7, if not higher. I am getting a lot of matches at 10-0, probably because a lot of people are abusing the new VR bracket to basically punch down, because like there's nothing really at 11-0 that's like pulling all the 10-0s up anymore. That's gonna be interesting. I think some versions of the F-104 did go up though. Oh, a lot of versions of the F-104 did go up. As soon as this vehicle gets like better missiles, this thing skyrockets in VR. As soon as this thing gets countermeasures, it skyrockets even harder. The F-104 is an excellent plane, but due to how the game overall has had a lot of power creep around it, and like a lot of like things being introduced, and makes it really, really like unfair. The F-104 also kind of struggles. Like I still see that this thing struggles, but I still don't believe that it should be the BR is at. It should be higher BR, simply just because in a down BR, this thing is just unfair and overpowered. C should be a 10-0. JK, this is where it is. It's not fine where it is. Like 13-0 should be 13-3. And 13.7 should still be like 14.0, if not 14.3 or 14.7. Could the F-104A win against any plane with radar missiles? Probably not. It depends heavily on the skill level of the players flying. Doesn't the Gripen A that Sweden gets still fight Fox 3s? I mean, yeah, it technically does at 13.0, but at 13.0 it also gets put down to 12.0. I mean, that's incorrect. Yes, it fights Fox 3s because it's 13.0, and 13.0 still fights 13.7. It's not going to fight Fox 3s as much anymore, but it still will, and it's not okay. And I still think the Gaijin could put in the Gripen A at like, they could keep the Gripen A where it is, but give the Viggen D AMRAAMs to put it 13.0, or say 13.3. I think it's fine. I don't care. Like, it's not about the platform. It's about the missiles. Also, I have flown completely around the entire enemy team because we have sabers. Oh, this thing is fast. I wasn't even paying attention. I've already outflanked some of our players, which is just ridiculous. I feel bad for the saber, although that yak up there is going to be a problem. Gripen A should be 11.7. No, it shouldn't. Not with its countermeasures, not with its missiles. It had AIM-9Ls and about a quarter of the countermeasures it has, maybe 12.0. No, not maybe 12.0. Maybe like 12.7 or 12.3. That's one saber. I believe that was mainly the saber flying in a very predictable manner. Yak 38 is not catching me, because I am lucky to be as fast as I am. He can't really do anything to me. Also, he gets shut down, but that doesn't really matter. I meant 12.7. Forgot it was 13.0. Yeah, BRs are weird, right? Fox 3s needs a gap so nothing fights them unless they have Fox 3s. I'm a little bit unsure about that, but I kind of agree. Like, flying without Fox 3s in top BR is definitely awful. I'd be alright if the 88B plus wasn't just below, but still in that gap, yeah. Oh, my friendly just turned in too hard, making the Hunter F return. If he hadn't gone into the ground like that, I would probably have had an easier time getting him. I think I can help him, because, I mean, why not? Got my wing. How annoying. Now I'm so unstable I can't really fly. At least luckily enough I can go back. I also lost my one missile. Why didn't he hit the other wing? Oh well. Back to base. Hello there, Animus. Nice to see you. I'll figure out if it's worth the 200,000 to upgrade my IL-10 to the 1946 version. What's your opinion on that? Once I'm back in the garage, I can look at it, but until then, I have absolutely no opinions. I think the IL-2 and by extension the IL-8 and at the end IL-10 are all wonderful aircraft for like the fun of it, but I don't think they're that good vehicles. Remove the AMRAAMs from the Harrier 2 and that's fine. No, I actually think the AMRAAM should be on the Harrier 2. Very specifically because, like, one of the major reasons why the Harrier 2 was upgraded was mainly to make it compatible with AMRAAMs. It's like the Viggen D. Land this thing. This is a very, very good question to ask. It's a very important question to ask. This doesn't seem like a good map to land on. really doesn't seem like a good map to land on. What the hell? Why do I land in a valley like this? What the hell? I never really thought about this. I'm ashamed to admit, but I have died to the F4S ice one too many times than I should. I mean, okay, once again, it's the missile, not the plane at this point. And the F4S is perfectly fine at its VR. You seem to be missing something. What, a brain? Yes, I am indeed missing a brain. Come on. What do you mean I spent my parachute? There we go. No, I'm not saying it ain't fine. It just, I did not see it before it's too late in my F-15C is all. Somehow it sneaked up behind me, I don't know how. For the same reason why planes sneak up behind each other in movies. Especially movies that should contain AWACS. Kinda weird, it just happens. But like, the thing is though, like, I think the AMRAAM is perfectly fine on the Harrier. Just like I think the AMRAAM is perfectly fine on a lot of other vehicles. Especially the ICE, and I also think it's fine on the Tornado. The issue is that the Tornado is getting treated as if it's top VR, even though it shouldn't be. And the, and so is the, any other aircraft that can carry only 4 AMRAAMs, or Fox 3s. I don't think the Gripen C is capable enough to be at its VR, honestly. I genuinely feel weird about it. I'm actually going to get around to flying it now that like I get AMRAAM stock, because I didn't want to fly the Gripen C before. Seeking up like the Indian SG-30. Oh my god. Don't remind me, please. So me and Bosnich watched Fighter yesterday, basically the Indian Top Gun. It was such a dumb movie. Like, it tried its best to be serious, and then it got to the final showdown, and then it just completely lost itself. This Harrier can somewhat keep him on the same trajectory. I can help him. Like that. Wow. Okay, that doesn't matter, I don't care. They have an Antendard with a lot of kills. 2 kills on assist. Honestly, 3 kills. I'm claiming that one. I have 3 kills. Dude. Did I only get 1 missile? Hold on, what? I didn't spend a missile when I took off. I apparently only got 1 missile. Didn't see that one coming. Not gonna lie, it was more like Hot Shots. The ending was definitely more like Hot Shots. It does that at times where it only gives you part of your loadout. I think I know why. I think it's because I repaired faster when I got my rearm. And because of that, the game just didn't give me my loadout because I like, when I respawned, I got moved and therefore reset the timer for giving you my loadout. But also something else. Hi, Sweden Air Tier 5 good? Sweden Air in general is good. Hello, Bergson. Hi, welcome to my stream and also welcome to my chat. Sweden Air is in general good fun. That is like different and not really the same as like the rest of the game. Because Sweden has like this unique issue of nah. Oh my god, I keep getting shocked whenever things are Little Sharky. Oh, that's such an adorable name. Hi, welcome to my stream, and also, of course, welcome to my chat. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello. Me, Eepy. Hi, Sammy. You're adorable though. every Sweden plane is good unless it's a Tunnan. The Tunnan is garbage. The Tunnan is perfectly fine. Although I will say that like often you end up in a fight with MiG-15s, and MiG-15s are just slightly better. What were you talking about with Sweden? So I'm saying that I believe that Sweden is perfectly fine. It's a very unique nation that, unlike a lot of other nations in War Thunder, has its own, wildly different ideas on how to like build aircraft. It's not really the same as like a lot of other things, and I really like that. Mirage. Come on, sit here, stay safe. I'm gonna help you out. I want to be P-51. What, the G-26? I'm sorry, chat. I'm gonna concentrate a little bit on the Mirage here. Swedish planes lesson number 1, don't try to turn fight. Swedish plane lesson number 1, don't do anything. Swedish planes aren't necessarily good, they just exist, and then they kind of vibe. Hilarious that MiG-23 even exists. I hope I third party the Mirage enough for the Harrier to get the upper hand, because I'm gonna need a very long... Yep, Mirage got shut down. Woo! Might actually turn this game around. Tendard. Hello there. Can I get on him? Please let me get on him. Sorry, chat. I know you're just rolling off on your own. Trying to get out of range of Tendard. Perfectly fine. We might actually win this game by just simply pushing this Tendard way beyond his capabilities. He's turning around. I'm finally able to turn around. US F-15s get to 8 AMRAAMs? Yeah. I love German Air. Well, Slush, I hope you enjoy German Air, because I mostly enjoy German Air. I think German Air is really, really fun. Although, I also think that there's like a little bit of an issue with German Air, and that issue is just, that like, low velocity cannons and props is really fucking boring. At least for me, but that's like a personal opinion. I just got my first jet plane, and it's a strike aircraft with 150 rounds per gun pod. And let's just say it's not worth fighting planes, as it's slow and a pain, but it can turn at least, and if it hits its shots, it's a kill. Goddamn ground was fun for today. Well, Sharky, that sounds like you just got the SK-60. The SK-60 is actually a really, really good fighter. The issue is that it's slow. So often... Oh, there's the next one. There he is. But yeah, when you're in, like, somewhat equal fight, this thing is ridiculously good. Mainly just because whenever I get in trouble, I can just push it hard. BF-109s can't turn, change my mind. BF-109s can turn perfectly fine. Fun fact, the BF-109 was actually a air racing craft. Hold on. That's the advantage of having way too much ammo. You can just hold down that button until they die. 4 kills, because I'm claiming that as my own kill. GG. BF-109s can definitely turn. Now, the thing is that, like, you're often comparing BF-109s to Spitfires and Zeros, which can turn way better. Zeros because they're carrier aircraft, and Spitfires because of their unique wing profile. So, but yeah, F-104, really fucking good when you get a good match. I know I got third party in like the first Doom, but like the F-104 is definitely really fucking good. It should be higher BR. It should not be sitting at 9.3. It is far too overpowered at that BR. Definitely not okay. Actually spaded at the same time I got the Saab 105G. Okay, let's quickly talk about the SK-60. The SK-60 is a really, really fucking good strike aircraft. It is unbelievably unfair in most aspects. The funniest thing about it is that it gets 2 RP-05s, which are genuinely hilarious because they're basically build-ups. Love it, Nasty. You look adorable. But like having RB05s, which are basically bullpups, really fucking funny, really ridiculous, really good for ground. In general, this is a great cast option for 7.0, especially better than the A21 RB, even though you mostly want to fly a 6-7 aircraft, because when it comes to ground, there isn't really a 7.0 lineup, but there is definitely a 6-7 lineup, especially now that the Kushti are here. Although, admittedly, if you didn't get it in a battle pass, that sucks. But SK60 is really, really good. When it was introduced to the game, I often compared it to the A2D, which was also a slow aircraft for its PR. It could turn well because prop planes can inherently turn better than jets. That's got something to do with how jets in general function. But like, while the SK60 is slower, it has really, really powerful guns. It just needs to hit once, and at a BR where the main favored gun caliber is still 50 cals, having 30 mils is really, really funny. It's not just any 30 mils, it's 30mm ACAN, which means automatic cannon, but in reality, these are 30mm Aidens. Aidens are British 30 mils, and those do not fuck around, and they kill things really, really well. So you should be happy about these. But like, enough about the like weird history and so on. The SK60 works perfectly fine for its BR, and once you get the Saab 105, which honestly I did not play whatsoever as a fighter. Jackie, thank you so much for following me. I mostly use it as a bomber and ground. Although, if you want to fly it as a fighter, mixing in guns and your team missiles are perfectly functional. Really good for taking down IL-28s and B-57s. We're going to do another 1 hour talking. I mean, if chat likes it. Genuinely, if chat likes it. Because, you know, why not? Also, I'm going to say again, Tunans are perfectly fine. I do recommend you fly the B Tunan, mainly just because this thing gets rockets, whereas the A Tunan doesn't, and there is basically no difference. They fly identically, mainly because Sweden was really fucking weird and thought that it would be cheaper to just maintain a dedicated fighter and a dedicated ground attack version. Why? Oh, by the way, I do not have 24 viewers. No, Tunan is garbage. Tunan is not garbage. The Tunan is a perfectly fine fighter. Fight me. It's really, really good, especially in Sim. The only Tunan I would actually say is bad is the D variant, mainly just because the armament is Aidens. Well, Aidens are really good. Because the Tunan slightly struggles in terms of elevator, it's really good at roll. No, you're right, you have 26 viewers. I do not have 26 viewers. No, I have 2. Sheesh. And play with Tunan. I want to finish my point, and my point is mainly just like I need to play these. But Tunan is perfectly fine. I think the D Tunan is not really as good. It's somewhat okay as a CAS, although I would probably bring a Vampire at this BR. Although the Saab 105G is even better because it genuinely has a ridiculous loadout that I would just love to use in ground. But like, that's kind of the weird thing. Those two are me and myself. Yes, me watching myself on my second monitor. Definitely. But like, I think a D-Tunan is kind of bad, mainly just because you don't have the same level of ammo. And while you do get a, what's it called? Like, while you do get the Afterburner, which is really, really nice for a Tunan, I don't think the Afterburner is good enough for me to need it at like that BR. The F variant is really, really funny because now it gets rockets and it also gets 2 Sidewinders. Really fun for shooting down IL-28s and B-57s. Although, to be honest, at 9.0 it used to struggle a lot, mainly because of A-10s. But now I think it might actually be a little bit better off. I'm going to spade this thing for the 4th fucking time because Gaijin keeps adding shit to this thing. I can't believe it. It's really getting annoying because like first I spaded it, then oh sorry, it's gonna be the third time I'm spading it. First I spaded it normally, then I spaded it again when I got the EFS, and now I have to spade it again because we added rockets to it. Thanks, Gaijin. Although, I'll probably say that the A32 is way better for gas. Oh, you want me to explain the sugar cubes, Slush? That's perfectly fine. So you see, first we see sugar cubes are walking down a road, then it begins to rain, so we jump into a ditch, and then one sugar cube says to me over, it's a good thing my dad's a baker. So that was IL-10s? Oh yeah, good point. The IL-10, the only reason why I actually kind of care about Russia. Okay, we have this wonderful aircraft called the IL-2M, all the way down here. Really, really fun. It has 2 really funny cannons, and then it gets some pretty shit machine guns. It also gets a really funny loadout of anti-infantry bombs, and it's very important that I mention that it's mostly anti-infantry, because these things were definitely basically just hand grenades when you dropped on people. God damn shitty joke. Aw, deal with it, Lemon. Somebody asked for it. But like the IL-2, actually the IL-2 starts all the way back here. Wow. Didn't even realize. Oh, the IL-2 starts early. I think it's really, really powerful with this BR. Oh god. I need to play this thing more. Love the IL-2. The IL-2 eventually got upgraded into the, I think it's, where is it? Oh, apparently not. But yeah, the IL-2 eventually gets upgraded to contain better guns. It became the IL-8, which just has like pretty good bomb load capacity. I don't know why the IL-8 doesn't carry rockets, because it definitely fucking did in real life. But eventually they upgraded it to the point where it was called the IL-10, and especially the IL-1046, which just gets 4 23mm cannons. Those 23mm cannons are fucking ridiculous, and I really, really love it. IL-8 was Battle Pass? Yes, I know. The issue is that it doesn't get rockets, and it's mainly just because it was in Battle Pass. Changed my mind. But like, the difference between the normal IL-10 and the IL-10 1946 variant is just the guns. They get basically the same rockets. These rockets are funny, by the way. And these are as well. But like, it gets basically the same rockets, same bombs. But the big difference is that this variant gets 4 cannons instead of 2. And getting 4 cannons is really, really funny, because more cannon burst mass, better guns. So yeah, I would say it. I'm surprised this thing is not 5-3 because of the fact that it gets 4 cannons. Genuinely kind of ridiculous. Yeah. Yay, Diesel67, thank you so much for your follow. I really appreciate it. Slow? Yeah, well, all IL-2s are slow. Doesn't really matter. This thing turns like a fucking bitch. It's ridiculous. Really, really funny to play. But like, this thing is really, really good. Now, I will say, if you struggle with Silver Lions, you don't have to do it. Genuinely, you don't have to do it. But it's funny. It's really funny. Sometimes you get the planes for the sake of getting the planes, not because you want to get down the BR. Because like, if you want to go down the tech tree, never research folded vehicles. It's not worth it at all. Just skip them and just have some fun. But if you really want a folded vehicle because it's really fun, get it. Like, I have, okay, this is a really bad example. Both of these are equal. They are identical functionally. But I have them, mainly just because by the time I actually got them originally, it wasn't filtered. But I would also say that the 57 is really funny. The T-18B 57 with 57mm cannon, really fucking funny, really hilarious to play, great for shooting down bombers. You should do it. Cute? No. The 37mm on the MiG-15 is so fun. I think it's really shit. I think it's a piece of trash. I genuinely don't think it's a worthwhile cannon. I think the Russians definitely got lucky that it's being represented in a video game, because in real life it would jam after firing 2 shots. Bite me. Tiger Cat and Sea Venom, my beloved. Oh my god, not the Sea Venom. Well, let's talk about the Sea Venom. Why the fuck the Sea Venom is at 7-7 while the normal Venom is at 8-7, I do not know. They're basically identical. I know it doesn't really get any ordnance, whereas the normal Venom gets ordnance, but like, I just doesn't feel right that this thing is at high of a BR. Speaking of, did you use the MiG-15 they put an afterburner on? Nope, don't care about the MiG-15. I have flown it like 2 games, and that's it. I don't really like the MiG-15, neither do I like the IM-5P, or the MiG-19, or the MiG-17, or the MiG-21s. I find them kind of boring. Kinda like the MiG-23, I will say that. I like the idea of the swing wing aircraft. It's so much eye candy, it's fun to fly because of it. But unless you're flying them for the eye candy, variable geometry vehicles are not fun to play. What's your favorite top tier? My favorite top tier is the top tier. Okay, that's incorrect. Right now, I think my favorite top BR vehicle is the F-16C. Mainly because I don't have the F-15C, because I've been lazy, I've been doing a lot of other things, mainly playing a lot around. I would say the Gripen. The Gripen has a very special place in my heart. But because the Gripen has this amazing issue that it was never built to have more than 4 Fox 3s, as we can see here, it can only carry Fox 3s on the 2 inner pylons. This is accurate. I have checked multiple times. I even read into it. It's got something to do with like how the Fox 3 was such a new technology. Sweden wasn't really sure about it. I think the Gripen C is struggling with the fact that it only gets 4 Fox 3s while it's fighting vehicles with 6 and sometimes 8 Fox 3s. And it just limits its kill potential quite severely, and I think it's kind of sad that like if you look at the Tornado, for instance, that gets that only gets like 4 Fox 3s. We look at the Ice that also only gets 4 Fox 3s. They're a bracket lower, which is, you know, not as much fun. Basically get infinite countermeasures. That is the only saving grace of it. You have ridiculous numbers of countermeasures, mainly through the BOL pods, which kinda is a little bit silly, and I'm not sure why like the F-16C doesn't get it to match it, because it definitely should. Same with like other vehicles like the F-15. This thing should also get the BOL pods, but for some reason Gaijin didn't. Don't know why. And it's just kind of weird. F-15C and it's 8, though I only take 6. I don't fully understand why people actually bring Fox 2s anymore, because to be honest, if you're close enough to fire a Fox 2, you've already fucked up, and Fox 3s work perfectly fine within that range anyways. Everything at top tier should have 2 or 3 times the countermeasures. In real life, they do. So, yeah. Why the AIM-9 M is funny? Yeah, so is the Fox 3. The thing is, the AIM-9 M doesn't pull more Gs than the AMRAAM. The AMRAAM pulls more Gs, flies faster. Thank you for the follow, Bandito! The AMRAAM pulls more Gs, is just as immune to countermeasures, if not more immune than the AIM-9M. Like, just treat them like IR missiles. Angelo, Angelo, thank you so much for also following me. Wait, again? Hold on, I believe you followed me before. Matter. You gotta find the AIM-9M nice to have. It is nice to have, but like genuinely, until the AIM-9X and until the IRT is added, the AMRAAM is more immune to countermeasures than the AIM-9M, and the AMRAAM pulls better. It's slightly harder to use. It requires a little bit more skill to like get it like sent off, but you know, AIM-9M doesn't leave a trail. That doesn't matter anymore. The whole like invisible missile thing is genuinely just a gimmick. AIM-9M is easy to flare. AMRAAM is basically impossible to beat within 4 kilometers unless you're flying directly away from it, where you can hide behind your own chaff cloud, but that's something else. Like, you can only beat like Fox 3s in like 2 situations, especially within 4 kilometers. AIM-9Ms, you can very easily just spook and just dodge, especially in a lot of other vehicles that are more maneuverable than the F-15. So I would just say just bring the 8 AMRAAMs is perfectly fine. Although, now that players have started to only bring chaff, because a lot of players are starting to do that now, I think there is something to be said about hiding their, like, bringing just one Fox 2 to mess around, but, like, that's a discussion for another thing. What about the funny AV8 thing? I think a Harrier being 13.0 is kind of silly. It should probably be higher BR. Genuinely, especially with those. Like, I think it's funny that it's this BR. I'm now considering grinding it. Again, I keep switching between the F-15C and the Harrier, and I can't make up my mind. Now, I did kind of promise myself I would switch on to 12.0 and play a little bit there. Because 12.0 is about to be punched in the face multiple times, simply just by the fact that 12.0 meets 13.0. Get the F-15C? Well, of course I should. I do, I gotta go. Well, goodbye, boss. Thank you so much for being here, though. You've done amazing. Hovering with the Harrier is immune to radar. That's a gimmick, and you know it. Yes, it is technically immune to radar when you're hovering, although when hovering, like, you are so much worse off. You have so many other problems at that BR that hovering will not save you. Now, I'm going to take like a couple of games in the D-Viggen. I will still argue that this thing should get its 4 AMRAAMs, put it to 13.3, call it a day. Because this thing is better than the Gripen A. I don't really care. It's genuinely just reality. And the only bad thing about this thing is that it gets sky flashes. And I kind of wish I could get something better than sky flashes, like super temps, or... Sorry, this thing gets sky flash dogfights, but like, if I could get super temps, that would make my life a lot better. You can see I'm fighting F4Ss, I'm fighting with like the F1C200, and that's fine until you then remember that I'm also fighting like the AV8B Plus there with AMRAAMs. I will be fighting, depending on the matchup, I will also be fighting like other things with AMRAAMs at this BR, and like 12.0 gets punched down on a lot. That's not really that good. Other radar mode to up and on arrow search. Push it over there. Gimmick, but it works and it's funny. Yes, that is true. Mira's cute. Change my mind. Well, Mira's not cute. I mean, Mira has never been cute. We've been over this many a times. I know cute. You know there. Kinda wish I could. Radar should pick them up, but apparently it's just not, and that's kind of funny. Come on, pick them up. Come on. A shame. Alright, she's not cute, she's adorable. Mira, no adorable either. We've been over this. Silly. We have... Well, since I'm fighting US, I'm going to be fighting a lot of Mavericks. What am I really looking forward to? Mavericks. Phoenixes, my bad. I'll try and launch train it again on these things. Pollinators, that's not good. I'm quickly gonna do a little safety. Launch up. Yep. This guy defended so hard that he lost track. Is that missile still going? Nope, it is not. I'm surprised that Phoenix didn't get notched. I'm surprised it like reacquired. That's a problem for future me. That's JDF. That's relying on multipathing, isn't he? I think my wing chopped off by 50 cal, so flying and barely damaging their wings. Sounds like you had a bit of a problem there, buddy. Yes, of course. And Skyflash lost lock immediately. Or it like refused to reacquire, even though they can do that up to like 15 seconds of losing radar lock. I can get him with this. Yeah, I was too close. Match. Buddy, you're still getting killed there. I did not pull that one. Pretty sure I got killed by magic. Yes, I did. PL8s are magics. Ouch. But oh well. Nerd, there's an air show this week in Bucharest and back home. Well, I hope you enjoy it. I really do. Kind of a shame, like, Skyflashes really do underperform at SPR. Like, even though they are dogfights, but like still, Skyflash is kind of a struggle. I wish I had super temps. Actually, correction, I wish I had the, I wish I had the AMRAAMs that I could carry. But I know the Gaijin wants to keep it here, mainly because we don't want to break this up, although I should give it to AMRAAM, so I should move it to 13.0. Folder behind the Gripen A. Fuck it, I don't care. How are you this lively at this hour? I do not know. I'm just having a good time. Lemon was asking me to fly a Tunnan. So I will fly a Tunnan for a little bit. Let's have a few games in it. Because, like, I genuinely do not mind the Tunnans. I know that I won't be the best anymore at this thing because it's been a while since I played it, but it's still pretty good. Honestly. Fly the 9.0 one. I'll fly, like, both of them, I guess. Also need to get around to spading this thing again. Go to DM for a little shopping. Well, you enjoy your shopping trip. Don't spend all of your money. I love you, Vero. It's 40 degrees outside. Oof. I'm so happy I live in Denmark where it's only like 25 right now. I'm trying to fly a 9.0 and I can't hit anything except the ground. Well, I recommend you don't hit the ground. Oh, Zombie Guard. Who thought? Lucky me, I guess. I have flown this thing in Sim so much. I really enjoyed spading this thing through Sim. But look, the Yak 9, the thing that couldn't fly. Or the MiG 9. This thing struggled to fly so hard, but it couldn't even fire its guns during trials. But hey, Russia needed a jet fighter that they could parade, so of course they did. It's gonna be 40 degrees when I'm gonna be there as well. Well, I genuinely hope that I don't die. Also, I'm gonna say this again, I am going on vacation on the 15th of August. I'm gonna go to Romania to have some fun, and then I'll be back 2 weeks later. Oh well, mirror in a bucket. I guess you get to carry me around in a bucket. Funny. Bit of a flight time up to this match. But yeah. So the reason why Batunan kind of struggles is because the rudder and in general the elevator control is very, very small, making it very difficult to do things like very quick reactions, pulling, and you often have very, very like poor like nose control, mainly just because the rudder is bad. I like to do this though, which is very, very funny, which is why I call it Batuna sometimes. I like Batunan. I think it's a very fun plane to fly. And especially when you are playing on BR or like mostly not getting up BR too much. Or like a wine barrel. I mean, it is called the barrel. Batunan does mean barrel. So, yay. This match really requires me to fly up high. A A2D. The prime target for the SK-60. If you can find those and kill them, you're gonna have a good time. Now, the thing about jets is that they kind of struggle when they're flying below 600 kilometers an hour. It's very important to maintain speed. There's also why quite a lot of jet players don't choose to climb, although rest in peace, B-29, you will be missed. Proud part of the service. How is this F3D still alive? Okay. At least I scared him into the ground so that he couldn't fly back. Kind of a shame about the Batunan and pilot sniped by 50 cals again. Oof. Like the saddest thing about Batunan is that 20 mils fire very slowly. Fell from the fact that like I'm like mostly shooting at him and there he finally died. So like the guns fire very slowly and they struggle, but other than that they are still fun to use and I just enjoy it. It's a very comfortable plane to fly. It's not a strong plane by any means. There is a lot of other stronger planes at its BR. F2H comes to mind. Can catch up to this A2D. Could be able to. Oh, this F-84 needs help. Gotcha. I wonder they're flying away from me like that. I'll stay on you. Yeah, as you can see, I don't really have the same level of nose authority. Chill a bit there. Buddy? I'm so ready to get third party here. Look. Team did that for me. Oh look, an F-89. This thing is not fun. There we go. Another F-89. We need to come this close. There we go. Tunan is fun. It's just really an acquired taste sometimes. Sometimes struggle with nose of 40, which is awful, but against the right vehicles, you can still do a lot of good. Hello there. Let's get on him. Well, he's distracted now. Not happy. I think 9 is a problem, but I want to see if I can do it. Okay. I need to be careful now because of like 9. Comes. Combat flaps to pull out my silliness. Does 262 help me out? Sure. Flip of this. Out of here. Yep. Ah, what a shame. Oh well. 2.5 kills is not bad. The there we go. He gets the F-89, but I think should definitely go out of control. So 2 kills, 1 assist. Good God, it's hard to get any RP in it. It takes me like 10 matches just to get 1 modification. If not more matches, and I can't really get any kills either. It's like, as I said, Tunans are sort of an acquired taste, but they are also fun. Takes a lot of time to get used to them. Now, let's try out something that honestly got slightly better off now. This thing is probably going to have a horrible matchmaking right now, mainly because the Mirage Free C is 10-0, and that thing is going to be kind of awful against us. We're also going to be fighting a lot against Crusaders. Like, right now there's a quite big 10-0 BR vacuum. But honestly, it's still not that bad. I think it's going to be kind of decent. So let's try it out. Let's see if we can have a good match. Golan Heights! Yoy! That's gonna be so bad. 19 minutes? No, I'm gonna need a little bit more. Let's just bring full. I can just go full on Afterburner. Damn, I keep getting Spaceport. Spaceport is a good map. You should be happy about that. Actually getting some altitude you can play around. Golan Heights is awful. Because it's basically flat. Just like Sinai, a map that I banned a while ago because I was tired of always getting it. Because it was just flat. So, from what I can tell, I got down BR'd, which is really, really good. My Afterburner is going to make my life way easier. Just like the A32. Oh, I feel bad for this guy thinking he can do this. He should not have brought with that chaff. Oh well. Code is taking me, but I shall return another day. I hope you have fun. Goodbye, Nasty Bandito. Thank you so much for the follow. Have a good day. Hope to see you again. Well, Mira playing War Thunder in Brazil? What do you mean Brazil? Hold on, what? Why would I be playing in Brazil? The Golan Heights is in the Middle East. BR bracket. Haha. BR means battle rating in terms of War Thunder. commonly referred to as battle rating is commonly referred to as Biarva. So that's it. Okay, so this is very much an ideal matchup, so I should play well, although no guarantees as I'm an idiot. Although admittedly, I did bring quite a lot of fuel to this. I plan on ever turning off this afterburner row. So the main hunting grounds for the J29 in down BRs is bombers. Same for the Sal 105. You have things like the Canberra that you can murder because you get the afterburner, which means you can climb well without losing too much speed. You also have your missiles, which will allow you to shoot at bombers with tail gunners at a distance. I'm gonna go up for that Canberra. I want to get him. Mainly because, once again, bombers is my fodder. Also why the Sal 105 is really, really good, because that also goes out and hunts bombers. Mainly B-57s, and IL-28s, and Tu-14s. Vera is turning off. Likely because he's already dropped his bombs. No, I need to hunt him. Want to hunt him, and it'll probably be fun. I'm pretty sure I'm not catching that Canberra right now. Doesn't really matter. I'm at high altitude, which means that I am harder to catch by the majority of the people who are chasing me. Very, very nice. Go in on that F-84F. I'm gonna ignore the Canberra. Where's this F-84F going? Question, he's going for that Sal 105. Once he started turning around, it's kind of difficult for me to like really get a good angle on him. Put my air brakes a little bit, slow down. This will give me better maneuverability because being slow is directly also better maneuverability. I had a really awful turn there. I have to leave him alone for a little bit, speed up some of the speed. Started to turn. What's that F-84 doing? I do not know. I have to be careful with him though because he is turning in. Fine. He's flying straight at low speed. He might not have an engine. But he doesn't have an engine. I've destroyed. I'm gonna ignore the F-84F behind me. Look for this vampire. With me? Usually good because critical hits doesn't exist anymore. That could honestly be a severe damage since he's missing a wing. He's gonna crash into the ground. 2 kills. 4 is kinda too close. Can I catch him? Well, my aim was shit. The afterburner makes my life a lot easier because I can do all of these sweeping turns without losing too much speed. It's really useful. The fighting. That Saber was really slow, so if I could fire a missile at him, didn't really maneuver. And that's 3 kills. Oh, the actor feet, go for him. Take it. Aw. Oh, Lunar, I hope this to be a guide for you. How to fly J29. Hope you enjoyed it. Was not paying attention. Aw, but you missed out. Where is this Saber going? Is he going for the forward airfield? I hope he's going for the forward airfield. It'll make it a lot easier to shoot him down. Mostly because we're trying to fly it. Ah. I'm gonna catch up to the Saber, no matter what. I see the Canberra out there. Saber, mainly because he was flying slow, trying to land. Or Canberra, you're gonna drop your bombs on me. Everybody. Very sorry about this. Oh, okay. Guess I'm not gonna get this kill. Yak missed. Hello there, MD. Apparently missed again. Oh, I got a kill assist and I still got an ace. This has been a wonderful match. Now, I'm not sure if it's worth it for me to fight this MD. I'm really just going for engine and whatnot upgrades. I'm not even touching the cannon or G-Suit ones. You should get G-Suit and you should get cannons upgrades, honestly. Especially the belts. Belts are very important. I'm wasting a lot of time here. Oh well. 5 kills, 1 assist. Match. I find it kind of funny that they got spawn protection when they get moved around. Oh well. But yeah, that was J29F. So Lemon, how do you feel about it? Got 3 kills in the last game and got 5 kills in this thing. I'm gonna argue it's mainly because I've flown these things quite a bit. I know what I'm doing. I know them, I love them, I enjoy them. They are my type of aircraft. Can catch this Yak 38. Yay, spaceport for the 6th time in a row. Well, you know, they gotta show off that new map, right? I still think it's garbage. Don't worry. Come on. Yeah. Mr. Haksu. Thank you so much for your follow. I really appreciate it. Come on. A little bit more than just a hit. Okay, that Yak 38 is just never getting shot down because I'm awful at aiming this. If I'm lucky, it'll crash. If I'm unlucky, it won't. Doesn't really matter. I need to slow down because I'm gonna go in for a landing. Oh, no active hostile players. He J'd out. Well, that's an ace. Just not my cup of tea. Yeah, it's fine. Like, as I said, the Tunnans are a bit of an acquired taste, so is the majority of Sweden. Oh my. Why did I have to get this fucking stupid personal discount? Well, at least I got them some of the rockets. But yeah, I think the Tunnans are perfectly fine. They are fine where they are. They work well. Like, they fly perfectly fine against sabers. It's just to make 15. Sometimes they're a little bit oppressive. That's it. Now, I've been saying a couple of times, I think 12.0 still will suffer from, like, all the new BRs. I'm going to fly a vehicle that I'm still getting a little bit used to, but I think it's still fun to fly. A Mirage F1C200. I still think that, like, push to make the 13.0s 13.3 so that the Mirage F200 the F1C 200 and like all the other 12.0, especially the premiums, because that's very unfortunate BR to be sitting at. You're going to get punched a lot in the face by other players who are way more experienced, and it's just not going to be as fun. But like other than that, it's still fine, honestly. It's just weird on my end. Ooh. Radar's configured. MTI mode is something like multi-track something. It basically goes by pulse Doppler off the ground instead of pulse Doppler off the relative velocity of the vehicle. So it's not smart pulse Doppler that can, like, you know, ignore chaff, but it's still good enough that if you are within a certain range and they deploy chaff, your supers will still, like, track the target. I just need to, like, convince myself that I can't fire these supers at like 10 kilometers. What do you think of TWS? I think TWS is I kind of wish TWS wouldn't, like, focus on the target. And I know that sounds a little bit weird, but, like, you can move your radar around by, like, setting some key bindings. As you can see on the right side, it's currently moving around. I'm basically angling my radar to search in, like, different locations. I wish TWS wouldn't automatically do that. I also wish that TWS would highlight more than one target instead of just kind of just being like, hey, you know, TWS exists and it like, it's perfectly fine. I think TWS is actually, as a matter of fact, really, really good. I just wish TWS displayed more information on, like, to me, the pilot. Because, like, if I find a target in TWS, it would just show up like as a square out there. I wish it would show more vehicles as a square instead of just the one target you find. Because TWS can, like, track up to multiple targets at once. I wish it would display those multiple targets instead of just showing a single one of them. It would increase my own perception, much like it does in real life. Although in real life, all I have to see is this. So, you know, grain of salt. Kind of weird. There are the exceptions, etc. Being pinged by somebody. Oh, if I was cheeky, which I'm not. I need to find this guy. Oh. I did not respect that. Probably because I was a little bit busy just being me. Yeah, I just didn't see him. Turns out when you look away from your screen half the time and just try to, like, do things, you play worse. I'm such an awful player today. Let's see if we can get a new match with something a little bit more fun. God, I love how 50 cals are just dominating. I don't think 50 cals are that good in jets. Genuinely, I think 50 cals are awful. I do, on the other hand, think that 50 cals are really, really good for props, because 50 cals allow you to bring a lot more ammo, which means that you don't need to be as sparing, and therefore you can just spray a lot more. And why do they insta-kill wings and such? Because jets are, like, as fragile as paper. This game never really handled plane damage models as much as it should. Every single plane in this game should be about twice as tanky as it is. Like, I'm not even kidding. 30 mil Ombudsman barely scratches them. 20 mils, I mean. Yeah, like the thing is that the Cal has been buffed so unbelievably much that like it's kind of like weird to like they talk about. Also, there we go. But like essentially, currently guidance damage models are not the way they should be. I think the 20 mils, like the Swedish 20 mils, are somewhat on par with what they do in real life, but also not really. You should actually have to like hit targets more than just once to like kill them, which sounds weird, but it's kind of weird. It's like reality and video games is like completely weird. This guy. Just a little bit. Oh, I'm about to be shot down by it. Yeah, I'm about to be hit by phoenixes. Oh, shit. Oh well, I'm fine, a little bit defensive. So, because we're all going up there, I'm pretty sure I'm about to be attacked by a couple of phoenixes. Means I'm gonna fly this way to like somewhat protect myself. Look at all them phoenixes being shot off. You're not there. There we go. I'm now safe, although I am now sitting in a really shitty spot for getting some target locks because my entire team who run the gauntlet and decided not to defend themselves from the phoenixes by flying lower because I enjoy flying at a higher altitude nowadays. A little bit better off, but like once again, I'm at 13-0. That Griffin up there is going to have a fucking hell of a time murdering people because of his infinite countermeasures. I'm fighting with Harriers, fighting with like MiG-29Gs, which are really, really good. And yeah, it's like an F-15, a plane that is like vastly superior to me. And like, I just feel like this is a really awkward VR. I'm very lucky that this thing has as many countermeasures as it does. Those countermeasure policies I fear are really, really nice, but I just don't think it saves the rest of the airframe. And that's kind of how I feel. Oh, yay. Might as well just move unlock. There we go. I'll get him. This at least does his thing. Okay, I can now start focusing on using my Fox fuse. Oh no, is there anything even alive? Nope. Come on, this game is over. I got 1 kill. Had 2 opportunities and only got 1 of them. Oh well. I think I'll get this guy. I'll easily hit him. A little small. And let's go back and just rearm. Not too worried about this game. Like, got a couple of points. Happy. But yeah, I just don't think that the current 13 O's versus the current 12 O's is a fair matchup. I think there should be a difference between them.
Our victory is near.
I find it kind of funny that this thing continuously, like, nearly rips off its wings because of how powerful the engine is. And landed. Good. Take my engine off. One day I will have a pilot that's somewhat reliably trained in crew skills. But today is not that day. Whatsoever. I wonder how this game would work if you couldn't see what you're fighting until you're within like identification range. Like I couldn't see if that guy's an F4S unless somebody's within like a kilometer of him. I actually need to get so close that I can actually like identify the aircraft by eye. I think it would be fun. I can just see fighter or something like that. Or bomber. This F4S is not being a nice guy. He could roll over. Yay, got one different map than Back to Spaceport. Oh, I feel so bad for you. Sorry, Lunar. I unlocked the Spitfire. Yay! I don't want to buy it. What else can I unlock? I don't want to keep going down this stream, but I also really want to go down this stream. I'm gonna go down to get the Jaguar. So, start researching the PB4Y. I don't purchase this thing without like really having anything for this tech tree. I mostly wanted to fly the Narwhal, but I never got around to buying it. And to be honest, I've flown in, like, if there's anything worth me flying here, I'll fly it. I've already flown the P-63 in other nations. I've flown the SP-2C, I've flown the 84, I've flown the F-6F and the F-8F. I've even flown Corsairs. Like, none of these are new aircraft to me. I have flown Spitfires, I've flown Seafires. They're not fun. I think they're awful. Genuinely awful. Now, I would probably fly the Meteor at some point. Definitely want to fly the Vautour. This thing is genuinely a beauty. Love this thing. Also, the radar guided missiles are hilarious. I really like these. Really want to try them. But that's something for future. This is cool. Genuinely really, really cool. Yeah, sorry about me fawning over the Vator. I really like it. And at some point, I want to try out the Mystairs, but I also kind of don't. I guess I should try to see if I can get the Mirage 3 while it's still at this BR. Like, what the hell were they thinking by adding the Mirage 3 at this BR? That's ridiculous. Getting supers. Goodness. Like, that is funny. And also, this is funny, but like, I think that's funnier. And getting magics. This VR is just unbelievable. It should be higher. Should not be 9.0. It should be like either 9.3 or sorry 10.3 or 10.7. Like this thing is 10.7, and yeah, I would actually compare it very much to the Draken, which is 10.3. I also think that the Mirage 3C should also be the same BR as the Draken D, which I'm very happy they didn't really move too much. This thing definitely does not need to go up in BR. Oh my god, Gaijin, what happened? Are you okay, Lunar? And I will go back to France. Play this thing a little bit more. I actually really like it. Did you see the latest announcements of what they're going to add? No, because I don't pay attention to the news. Hang on. Like genuinely, what is going on? Can I post it in the chat? The link, I mean? No. Links are banned for obvious reasons. Lunar, can't you just tell me? Like, I don't look at my Discord while I'm streaming. I want to look at my Discord while I'm streaming. Constructibles? In maps. What do you mean constructibles? No freezer. That was weird. Shit. No, close. Very close. Like cabinets, trenches, and mounds, ammo boxes. Why the fuck would you want to construct ammo boxes? Like, what's the point of doing that? You're not going to get anything out of it because the matches are so short. Like, genuinely, also, I need to, there we go. Once again, I'm at 13-0, fighting, like, vehicles I shouldn't be fighting at all. I shouldn't be fighting a Gripen whatsoever. I shouldn't be fighting MiG-29Gs, although that's a MiG-29 normal. Oh, there we go, MiG-29G. I shouldn't be fighting F-15s. These vehicles are just... everything can dig now. I mean, anything with a spade could dig. I don't really see how that's really problematic. So you're essentially saying that you can construct your own, like, little foxhole that you can play in, instead of having to hope that, like, somebody drops a big bomb that you can fly in, or you can, like, hide inside of. I think that won't be too bad. But I also think that it's kind of pointless. It's going to be too much of a gimmick how the game currently works. And unless you can make those walls big enough to hide your entire hull, I don't think it's worth it. Was everything just a mirror match? Everything is just a mirror match right now. Wonderful. Oh. Okay. I played that badly. I tried to notch it. I shouldn't have. I should have just like accepted that I was being attacked and just like gone completely a cold burn. I was far too much busy thinking there. And important question, what sort of music do you listen to? I barely listen to music nowadays. I listen to game music mostly, and I listen to the radio. Local radio station. I really enjoy it. And they just play some Danish music and some international music. So nothing too special. I yeah, listen to baby metal. It's good. I like baby metal, but I don't go out of my way to listen to them. Like, the thing is that I have a bit of an obsession with learning sometimes, and I often use, what's it called? I often listen to video essays a lot more than I listen to music. So when people, like, sometimes when I'm driving, I go, well, let's find a video essay to listen to, instead of being like, hey, I'll put on this playlist. I don't have Spotify, I don't have SoundCloud accounts. I've always been a fan of downloading music onto my phone instead of like having music through like streaming. So therefore I don't use YouTube for music either. So I've never really felt an obsession with listening to music all the time. When I play games, I often don't listen to music. If I even listen to something, it's the people I'm chatting with, or if it's like, or it's some kind of like media I experience. I have 2 screens. Actually, I have 3 screens, but like because I have multiple screens, I don't feel as much of a need for being on like just having music in the background and then alt tapping back into the game and playing that. So yeah, I just don't listen to as much music. Now, when I do listen to music, it's often rock, sometimes a little bit of pop, mainly like, you know, pop rock, because I just enjoy a good guitar, something my mom always taught me. I like to listen to good I like to listen to podcasts, Trash Taste, Distractable, and D&D podcasts. I don't do that. I listen to like video essays, and the only thing I could like remotely call a podcast is whatever the fuck Perun does. And Perun does not make podcasts. That's like the best way of describing it. Oh yes, the fun group over there. Once again, fighting US. And I wish US wasn't on both sides. Yeah, that good stuff. Okay, that's a name. So yeah, I just don't really listen to music. I also do listen to, there's a very specific YouTube channel called Electronic Gems. They put up lo-fi. Oops. Like, I think it's called lo-fi. I don't fully remember. I totally know what I'm talking about right now. Like, I just enjoy listening to just kind of like music with a beat. Like the best way of describing it. And yeah, I don't care much for modern music though. Like, a lot of modern music is just senseless noise to me. Often because I am like, it's things like what's it called? Like, a good example is like Billie Eilish. Her music is like the most boring, depressed shit I've ever listened to. Nearly no substance. There is like a mumbly voice that is not clear, so you can barely hear what she's singing. And then probably the most boring beat ever. And then when she was like hired to Make Like the James Bond song, she fucking sang her heart out. And then she was really fucking good. But until then, I didn't really think of her as like a good artist. What about Eminem? I think he's really fucking boring. That's what he is. I've seen him live. He was like the most boring, like one of the worst concerts I've been to. Because US concerts aren't the same as like European concerts. European concerts are about the music, about the band, and about the singing. Eminem concerts were like Eminem's concert was quite literally just about him being up on stage and just being the guy on stage. Didn't really feel like it was about the music. Eat. Yeah, Sammy, you should go eat. Can I get this F-16? Really funny if I could. Oh, apparently not. Come on, fire. There we go. Oh, no mind. This all got, juked. Satch. Get on this Pick 29G. Careful. That was a little bit too close. Way too close. Come on, team. Get him. Now I will. I don't want to go over if that's Sukhoi 39. I will, actually. Come on. Hey, you're dead. What? The fuck did that just do? I probably overcorrected. Oh well. Magic's being magics, I guess. Case. Because he's like one of the last guys left alive. Gotta go back. I like Sabaton live, it was fun. I would like to see Sabaton live, but they don't really come to where I... Oh! I was not paying attention. Thanks, mate. How long ago did he fire that? Like, seriously. What did he think he was aiming for? Like, what did he aim to achieve other than shooting me specifically? Like, he could not have done anything else than aim for me. So, like, what was his plan? I don't fucking know. I actually want to go back into the replay and see how he killed me. Yeah, let's actually go do that. I want to check how he killed me. Like, what the fuck was his plan? View replay. I've gone to 2 live shows they did in the past 4 or 5 years here in Norway, and I love both. Yay! That's good. Very happy for you. Sweet. We're gonna have to experience some like kind of horrible experiences for a little bit. This is gonna take a little while. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. War Thunder chill. War Thunder chill. My game is not happy. My computer's not happy. I don't know why. It's going too fast. Yes, but I can't really stop it right now. I don't think my elevator's supposed to look like that. And War Thunder crashed. War Thunder crashed. Oh, no mind. The wings are being very wobbly. Register the input, please. This is what War Thunder should look like. Yep. Oh, now it actually, like, crashed in the ultimate air brake. Yes. War Thunder was not happy about that. I should not have put it up to 16. Somebody beeped their car. Yes. I still want to investigate. How did, like, what the fuck was he thinking? What did he think he was achieving with that? Like, genuinely, I am so curious. So, once the game actually boots up, which will happen here in a second, probably AFK until the end of the game. What, the F-14 who killed me? No, he probably wasn't. He probably fired it at the Su-39 thinking he could get a kill, and then the missile jumped over to me and then it killed me. Or maybe he just shot at me like an idiot. Hello, clock! Here in a second, though, War Thunder should appear for OBS. Hello? Come on. I like the audio. Ah, there we go. Unity, replace. Awesome. How am I doing? I am doing fine. I have had some good games, I've had some bad games. I've also had a lot of things happen today. Ah, sweet. Finally have the ability to just jump into replay. Thank you. Oh, this guy. What was he thinking? Like, just took off. I'm there, fighting, turn that on. I'm there, doing a thing. Turns on his radar. Yeah, so he just deliberately fired it at me. What was he thinking? Like, I got the Su-39 and then he just fired it at me immediately right after. That is extremely careless of this guy. Extremely careless behavior in and that's it. So he just fired it directly at me. Hello, Patzer. It's nice to see you. Thanks, Luna, for posting the link, but I don't see how this would be any help in ground following a road map construction of objects and trenches for some vehicles. I don't think it'll be any help either. Like, if they're just gonna give you the ability to, like, build a foxhole, then it's not gonna be worth anything. It's a camo net that'll be interesting. I don't think a camo net will be interesting either. The ability to build a camo net will likely work the same way as Hold on. Let's switch over to the ability to build a camo net will likely work like that, but just with a camo net. It'll just be a tent that you can have over your tank. It'll not be anything fancy like this. It'll not be anything fancy like this, where the camo net actually like is on the tank. I think that the camo net will just be a tent, and it'll be worthless. I don't think it's going to help. Yeah. Kind of like the thing. I just don't have any confidence in it. Oh no, it's like a camo net cage thing you built. Yeah, but like, like go into... No, I can do this in a test drive, can't I? I think it's fair in a test drive. It should be. Although I don't remember. Been a little while. Like, the camo netting is just gonna be about like square, but you can set up pitch like a tent. That's like as big as a tank, and you can just sit under it like us. Exist under it, and I don't think it's going to be that useful. Apparently there is no such camo nets here. The only place where I can remember there being one is in the it's on on Flanders, on that map, where there's like some places with like artillery guns underneath camo nets, and that's honestly not going to be that important. 6 meters wide and 3 meters tall. Yeah, it's going to be useless. Not going to help. It's token gimmicks that they're adding for absolutely nothing. They're not going to be useful in matches. They're just going to exist, and players are going to look at it like loaded spaghetti code that, much like when they added the drones, were just added to add them, not like added because it would be useful. It's going to be like the dozers. Oh yeah, for sure. I just see it somehow breaking stuff or eating shots or something. Oh, it'll eat heat. That's it. It'll not be useful for anything else. Now, I have been blabbering about like how I believe a 13.0 is at a completely different point in the game compared to anything else. It's about time I actually play it, because I don't think a 13.0 should be able to like beat down on people like they can. I'm not going to bring any dogfights. I think it's better just to bring the aim.ms getting close. Well, let's do it. Let's hope I get some down BRs instead of up BRs. If I get up BRs, then I'm fucked. Probably already fucked, because that is definitely not a down BR. That's an up BR. But yeah, I just don't think a 13.0 should be 13.0. I've never seen this map. This is a sim EC map, which is why you probably haven't seen it. It's kind of fun. Yep. Full up BR, which is a shame. But oh well. Once again, I wish I could get the AMRAMs that this thing actually had, but I get the Gaijin doesn't want to do that. Very obvious reasons, but it's still really fucking stupid that they haven't, like, just given me the AMRAMs. Gaijin, why are you so silly? I'm gonna do something very dumb that I know I can do. Well, I don't think it's gonna work because of how the game plays, but hey, gotta do my hopes. I'll just keep it in search post up there. Doesn't really matter. Like, even bringing like Fox 1s wouldn't really help me out here, because I would lose more countermeasures, and the Fox 1s are practically useless at this VR. Hello, hello Nova. I see you. see people complain to the Gripen is OP. Is that true? The Gripen is not OP. The Gripen has a lot of countermeasures, which allows it to do some things that other planes can't, and that's it. But the Gripen's large repository of countermeasures does not make it good. It used to be decent, like it used to be somewhat good before Fox Freeze, because you could bring 6 AIM-9Ms and a shitload of countermeasures, and what you would do is just start popping countermeasures once you get like into the fight, and then you don't need to worry about it too much. Because I have so many countermeasures, I can just deploy them as I feel like, and therefore here. Which is nice. It's really, really good. It's funny that I can do this. But it's not game changing. Like, people complain about the Gripen being OP because people in SU 27 struggle to outturn it in like close range dogfights where the Gripen is really good, whereas the SU 27, which is just a bus, kind of struggles against it. Yeah, this thing is gonna struggle in up PRs. Like, I don't think the Gripen was ever overpowered because Fox 1s are better and it gets shitty Fox 1s. This thing used to be decent back when Fox 1s wasn't really that much of a king. Back when, like, AIM-9Ms were brand new and Sweden finally got it. When Sweden finally got the Gripen A, it was good. And then it stopped being good immediately right after. It's kind of like a harsh reality that Sweden will not have a viable plane until the Gripen E. Or the F-18, because Finland bought F-18s that could carry AMRAAMs, and when they finally add the F-18, I genuinely hope that Gaijin will add the F-18C to Finland. While I understand that it will not have ground ordnance, Finland still uses F-18s, yes. Although they're all upgraded to F-18Ds now, so at least that'll be better. Also, if Gaijin would kindly be so smart to add the F-18C first, and then choose to add the F-18D as a second vehicle, even if it's 2 vehicles right after each other, I don't mind. Just give players the option of picking either or. Don't make it so that players have to like consciously be like, hey, I want to play, I want to have fun, but I also have to subject myself to the hatred of playing the Gripen, or sorry, not the Gripen, the like one of them for like a couple of months and then have to grind the other one. Just because like Gaijin needs to drip feed more content into the game. Oh look, F-14s. X-29. Teens. It's not the worst match. This is a 12-3. I think. Oh, 13-7 still. Oh well. So I'm gonna be shot down by a AMRAAM here in a bit. Be interesting. So, to explain earlier, somebody asked me how I feel about TWS. The reason why I feel weird about TWS is that I can see all of these other markers here. I wish they would, like, appear on my screen so that I can actually, like, see them. Because this is really annoying, and I wish I could just point my mouse and then just, like, select the target. But that's like, gameplay things, and I don't think the TWS is important for me. Needs a notch. Apparently can't do, so I'm just gonna have to hard hide in the chaff. Yep. Oh. I mean, to get close enough to hit people with missiles, it's going to be really difficult. So no, the Gripen A is not overpowered anymore. It has been power crept into oblivion. Hello, John. You're not cute, Charlotte. And a 15, but I might be able to target. No mind, he's dead. I'll do this anyways, just in case. Yep. Oh, you apparently got shut down by friendly. I might catch him. Oh, I couldn't protect myself enough. Oh well. Yeah. I'm gonna get one target, at least. I'm surprised he's wasting time, but yeah, I got one kill. So yeah, 13-0, definitely still not good. Fox 3s are still way too powerful against anything that doesn't have Fox 3s. And yeah, I don't see a solution to how they play it. And finally, by upping the top BR to 13-7, nothing changed. Top BR is still a toxic cesspit of just people being at top BR. Oh, what the F111 is doing right now? I mean, I'll try it. It'll be funny. Have my controls set up. Let's try it. See what happens. You know what the best part of racing games is? How awful they are compared to realistic driving. Or sorry, compared to real driving. I have a very hard time feeling control over a vehicle when I'm like playing racing games. Genuinely, I do not feel as in control as I should be. Let's see if I can get this thing in the air. Why wouldn't they let the old 12.7s stay at their place? Okay, I'll stop you right there. The old 12.7s were unbelievably toxic for their BR. They should not stay there. They should have gone all the way up to 13.3. Now, other than that, like, honestly, top BR should be roughly 15, if not 14.3. Like, it should be at least 14.3, if not 15.0. Genuinely, because 15.0 would solve a lot of the BR problems we currently have. I need to check my countermeasures because I don't need more. I just need to be able to pop flares every now and again. But like, you know, how can I put it? Like a lot of vehicles are just poorly implemented. Like, I genuinely don't believe the new BR brackets are like a good thing. I think they are a step in the right direction, but they're not finalized. They need to do more, and I know Gaijin is afraid of doing these like very hardcore changes where they actually go in and like actually like attack the things that are required to be attacked. like the BR decompression at top BR, it's not fully decompressed. It's not enough. And I genuinely do not believe that Gaijin did enough. I think Gaijin did something, and it was good that they did something, but it's not enough and they need to do more. Also, F111 getting off the ground is super slow. They're trying, at least they're trying. No, they're not just trying. They're not doing enough. They can do more. Gaijin doesn't want to do more because game direction says that they shouldn't do more. Gaijin should do more. They know they can do more. They know they have to do more. They're refusing to do more, and that's not good enough. But I don't believe that they've done the right thing. Could Gaijin have done more? Yeah. But like, I'm just not in agreement with what Gaijin did. And it's hard for me to like be sitting here and just being like, oh, but Gaijin did something that's better than nothing. The F111 is not in a bad spot. Could definitely be worse. This thing still flies well. Want to fly as well. Definitely still flies well. Get this. 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me remember if I need to launch more. Careful for a second here. 6. Yep, base destroyed. This thing still has an easy time handling everything if you just go for bases. I like it. Very much do. See if I can get this. He's turning a lot. Doesn't matter though. Go full wing sweep. I'm burning fuel fast. I need to be careful about that because or else I will just go home. Or like I will just crash because I'm out of fuel. Need to be careful about moving too fast. Defend me while I'm doing this. No idea. Oh. Didn't. Access has done a major mistake and I'm just flying slow. But I'm also doing that mistake of flying slow right now, so careful. If there be say 10s over here. Although admittedly I can't see them, so at least I can fire off flares if I need to. Hey, I still got a crit. I don't care. I got 2 kills and I've gotten a couple of bases. That's a really, really good game. And I'm happy. I don't mind like throwing myself away here. Because I don't really care if I win or lose. I got a couple of kills and oh, this guy is filled with bombs. Oh no. Yep, there he goes. There we go. 2 kills. Cute. I'm not cute. Did you hit his bombs or something? What on the A10 that like completely blew up? Probably. Game. Woo! Yeah. F111, still really easy to play. Just be careful about like how much fuel you bring, and be careful about how fast you go, or like how much you slow yourself down. That's probably like the two things I can really say. Probably bring this. If not, just bring one, or like bring 2 sets of rockets and then maybe 2 missiles. Or if you're like really cheeky, you could bring drop tanks. But like other than that, still good. Still pretty good. Opinions of a Leopard 2K. I think a Leopard 2K is kind of shit. Now, I think it's kind of shit mainly because for Leopard 2K, it's a Leopard 2A5 with a 20mm on top. Now the 20mm on top is really, really good, and the 120 L44 is also really good, but it's sitting at an extremely awkward BR at 9.7, where it will always be put up to 9.3. So therefore, you don't really get to enjoy your gun as much. Now, you do get, like, DM23, which is really, really good. But still not enough. Like, I don't think it's enough. I think the vehicle's fine. It's a satisfying conclusion to like a line of tanks, although it's better just to focus on getting the Leopard 2A4. The 2K is nice, but it's just not that good. And there is no BR bracket at 10.7 to play at. And because everything in ground is also so heavily BR compressed right now, you'll see vehicles like the because like everything is 11.7 or 10.3. There is no 10.7 really. Like, I know China has a couple of vehicles that are like 10.7s, like the MBT 2000, but like there is no real BR bracket at 10.7. Guess I'll add it to my 10.3 lineup when I get it. Yeah, probably. Like, it's perfectly fine, just like the Leopard 1A1 with the L44. Perfectly fine. That 20mm is really, really nice. Having that is really good against light skin vehicles. So, replace the 1A1? I don't know. I don't even remember what this thing even gets. It doesn't even get thermals. So, maybe, like, I would probably say the L44 over here is just as good. And hey, you get premium benefits out of this thing. So, but yeah, there's just no real BR bracket, so you'll be a 10.3 all the time anyways. I'm talking about the TTE one. This one. Yeah, definitely. Replace this, obviously. Sorry about that. There is one more vehicle I kind of want to look at. And that is a vehicle I have played for many, many hours. Yeah, 4F early. This thing got murder dispatch. I still don't believe that Gaijin can continue to just argue that this thing never had anything. Yay, 100. Shush. I don't believe that this thing never had flares. I just don't agree with Gaijin about it. It should have flares. Now, I understand why the F4C doesn't get flares, like the US one, but I just feel like Gaijin is taking the piss about the F4F not having flares. Like, take away its ballistics computer and give it flares instead. Kind of all I want them to do. Other than that, it's a good aircraft. I enjoy it. I've always liked it. I should get around to playing the MiG-23 MF because that's going to be a really fun BR to play at now. Apparently that version, when the Germans ordered it, they didn't think they needed flares or anything. Yeah, but like, it was still capable of using them. So you remember how this community manager got fired and replaced with a Russian politician? Yeah. What has Gaijin done now? What kind of stupid thing has Gaijin done? I'm waiting, boss. Honestly, I would kind of like to play this, but I don't want to do the stock grind on it. I don't really know what to play. I think I should honestly get around to like fully spading this thing. All I need is like what, Mavericks and EFS. Yeah, I can do that. Here's a crew. This crew apparently. And to battle. Apparently, according to the community manager, the politician used that guy going to therapist to get him hired. Hold on. So he got fired because he went to therapy? Ow. Wow. The allegations are all over the place. Fucking beautiful, Gaijin. So, actually scummy shit. It wouldn't surprise me. And no, Clark, I'm not going to use GE on this. I want to spade it, like, fair and square. I don't mind. Besides, this piece of shit is honestly not that hard to fly. You need to be slightly careful about what's, like, behind you. I'm very sure that'll be illegal. Well, no shit, Patzer. That's kind of the point. I wonder if the MiG-29 is in a good spot at the moment. I'm pretty hyped about getting my first top tier, and I'm scared it'll be shit. That depends heavily on which MiG-29 we're talking about. Are we talking about the German MiG-29, in which case, no, it's not in a good spot. Are we talking about the Russian MiG-29? We're talking about the SMT here, which gets R-77. The German one is in a shit spot. Sorry. Always has been. It's been in a shit spot for quite a while. I know. Hello, Mr. Tyrant. Nice to see you. Welcome to my stream. It sure is illegal to try to murder someone. No shit. Now try to get a Russian politician arrested for anything other than anti-Russian opinions. Oof. Oh, I'm back from the store and I did not buy an energy drink. Woo! You're finally getting over your energy drink issues. Any tips for MiG-23 ML? Use your radar missiles sparingly and be careful about firing your all-aspect missiles from the front. You mostly want to be close and you want to be rear. Do you want one? Well, I'm sorry, Lemon, but that's not going to happen. Could go for the F4E over here. Oh, an F4C. Now that's a target I want to get. Oh, never mind. XS likely knows, but... Alright. Fucking Allen. We might get one. Oop. He was already, like, critically damaged. I couldn't really do anything. That guy lost? No, I think he was trying to like bomb that base over there. Which is why he did it. I need to start being careful. I still think I can get away with just a little bit more without flares, but... You know, my team has already like crumbled theirs. So I'm just gonna, for celebration's sake, do this. One. The other. that. Oh, somebody else cover one. Dodge. I can't see if that guy is going for that. But here he is. I think I held my fire. Just like completely stop spamming flares. What's the computer? Destroyed. Oh, there. And then missile still got one flare. Oh, no mind. It stopped caring. Woo! Yeet. 2 kills, couple of AIs. Wonderful game. A10 is still not in a fast spot. Got very lucky with that Kathir almost, like... Watch Russian vehicles now get buffs all the time? Yeah. Tyrant, I'm sorry, I didn't really talk to you about the MiG-23. Okay, so the MiG-23 ML, which I have the MF, which is basically the same as an ML. Especially like also the MLA, which actually has flares. I believe the Russians, this thing, it has countermeasures, so therefore you don't need to worry about that. Let's have a look at your weapons. You get R24Rs. They are pretty good. Treat them like Sparrows. If you are already used to Sparrows, it shouldn't be too hard. While the Ts are funny, I would genuinely suggest you use R60Ms and the R24R. You want to be careful about how you fire the R24R, but much like Dogfight Sparrows, they will turn immediately, so at least that's nice. R60s, they have a very, like, they're quite lethal at close range, they're not that lethal at long range. So you want to fire them when you're within like 2 kilometers. You don't want to fire them when you're at 3 or 4 like you can with Sidewinders. It's something that the R60 always struggled with, but that's just reality. R24s, fire them head on at like 6 kilometers and you'll likely get a kill. Fire them rear aspect at like 5 kilometers and you'll likely get a kill. Do not fire them in side aspect because usually it doesn't really work, mainly because of like limitations of radar. You do have a very funny radar. I believe it doesn't actually have pulse Doppler, but it's pretty good. It's mostly like you don't need to bring the flare chaff thing. You can just bring that. Okay, hold on. That's why do this. You don't need that extra flare pod on the bottom. That's not really gonna make like a major difference. Is there a difference between R60Ms and MKs? MKs are export, R60 and Ms are just Ms. Let's see if we can get in the air. Let's see if I can like show off the radar, which is a piece of shit. Like, this is why this thing never got put up to 12.0, because the radar is kind of bad. It has MT, which is, or sorry, MTI, which is not the worst thing in the world. At least I believe it does. Really doesn't? Kind of a shame. Maybe manual one. This way. There we go. Okay, so radar is apparently way worse than I thought it was. Get the IR radar, does it? There. Oh, it does. Yeah, the issue with IR is that you cannot track your radar missiles. You can track R60s with it, which is good, but you can't track R24s. That's very impractical. R60s are very, very lethal. Okay, there we go. R60s are very lethal at close range. They are not that lethal at long range. Keep that in mind when you're playing. One, four. Normal search mode. Let's see if we can find like an angle of the saber. Give me luck. R24s are really funny. Much like Sparrows, we turn early. We have a somewhat decent bore sight, so therefore we can actually track targets quite well. And as long as you can maintain a lock, which will be different, like very difficult, mainly because your radar is kind of bad. It shouldn't be the hardest thing in the world to play, but I genuinely think that like buying the MiG-23 ML is not a good idea. I don't think it's worthwhile. Like, yeah, it exists, but genuinely you'll get more out of like buying anything else. I actually think that the MiG-21S is probably not the worst choice. I know it doesn't really get good missiles, but it's really, really powerful because it gets a good gun, gets a lot of speed, and it'll carry you through all the early troubles so that you can get the MiG-21 BIS, which is really, really good, which can then carry you through everything up until the MiG-29, or arguably also all the way up to the Yak-141. Once you have that, you can just, you know, get yourself the SU-27 SM or the MiG-29 SMT, which gets a nice little complement of R-77s. So that's nice, but love it. We got the MiG-21 R-13. Well, enjoy it. You know, mind the M and the MK are completely 100% identical in the game files. Yay! That's nice to know, at least. I was busy trying to like spade this thing, wasn't I? So let's go back to that. Which one is better, the SU-27 SM or the MiG-29 SMT? I would probably say the MiG-29 SMT has a better flight performance. It races the hype. What do you mean? SU-27 SM because more missiles. That is indeed a very, very good point. Although I would also argue that SU-27 is... it's a bit of a piece of shit. Admittedly, it has a nice camouflage scheme, though. Enjoy that. Flight performance don't matter about BR. Yeah, that is very, very true. The A-10 is so unbelievably fucking ridiculously big. Just look at how big it is. Oh, it's so stupid. A-10 should get an air spawn, change my mind. A-10 should not get an air spawn, because it's already ridiculously overpowered at the VR it's at. Mainly because of the things that it can see when it gets down BR'd. A-10 should not get air spawns, much like a lot of other attackers should not get air spawns. Because they don't need the air spawn. They're perfectly capable of killing players at the BR you're at. You can get a lot of kills as well because you have a really, really good gun that is very incorrectly angled. Genuinely. Notice how the gun is pointing down, but my crosshair is still pointing up, and the gun will like fire at the wrong angle as well. Like, I'm gonna waste a little bit of ammo here, but notice how the angle is roughly so that the gun points down at blue, like friendly base. It still shoots up. Makes no sense about the angle. It's completely misaligned. Gaijin is well aware of this. They chose not to choose to do that, like align it correctly, simply because Gaijin wanted the A-10 to... A-10 has good thrust to weight ratio. The A-10 is a piece of shit. A-10 should get a bomber spawn at 5k altitude? Hell no. God no. I will say, it's kind of funny that the SU-25 is considered the same BR as the A-10 when the SU-25 is so much faster than the A-10. The A-10 is actually genuinely really, really slow. Like, I fly prop planes that are faster than this. 1, no. 2, I despise the new BR bracket. Hello, Fallen Bloom. Yeah, the new BR bracket is awful. Actually, it's good, but it's also bad. There are some good things, like mainly at like the 10.0 to like 10.3 area. That has been fixed. I also think that like whatever is 11.3 right now is very justifiably where it should be. I don't think whatever's at 12.0 should be where it is. Justice for my Canard. Fuck the Canard. I think it's already silly. Genuinely, the Kefir Canard does not deserve to be where it was. But like things like the A10 is a shitty prop speed. Yeah. Hi, Lance. Nice to see you. Hey, boss. Want to do a funny? SU-25K, good or bad? I have no opinions about any of the SU-25s other than they are really badly balanced. Thank you, boss. You're such a good moderator. You know exactly what I want. Ah! Iron, thank you so much for your follow. Five. What are we doing today? There goes VF5. Working on my missiles or whatever. Play with followers sometimes? Not really, honestly. I'm gonna put it, I am very socially tired, and I just want to have fun when I'm playing. And playing with like viewers would put me under really awkward stress that I just don't want. I'm gonna do that one. Oh, thank you, Flares. Thank you so much. It's a yoink that, but like these friendlies just popping Flares forever is kind of making it very difficult to have fun with that. There. What's he doing? What did he think he was doing? That's Flares. Good point. Well, I'm gonna go find some ground targets to shoot at. If I can get like a head on with this A5. I'm mad at my Twitch. Why are you mad at your Twitch, Boom? Nothing to be angry about. So bad at aiming. To be honest, I'm not as mad as I thought I would be about the BR we put BF5s. Lance, you're so obsessed with the F5. The F5 is in a perfectly fine spot. Like, people genuinely overreacted about the F5 being put exactly where it was before. Like, genuinely, the F5 has just been moved to where it was before relative to the new BR, like, rules, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with it. F5 is pretty good. The F5 is perfectly fine. I don't think it's actually that good. Mainly just because it kind of, like, it's not built for what you need it to be in War Thunder. Yep. Very enjoyable results. Let's get some of these SPAAs because it's a very wonderful way of earning experience. Go. I'm not mad about the F5s because we put them out of the BR range of the AIM-54. Being angry about Phoenixes is like a major Krill issue, honestly. Phoenixes are really, really bad. As long as you have an RWR, you can handle a Phoenix. Genuinely. Oh, hello there. And he got murdered. About being mad about AMRAAMs? I think AMRAAMs are perfectly fine. The Phoenix is a shit missile. If you still die to them, it's a skill issue. I will die on this hill. I will argue that, like, if you complain about dying to them, it's a skill issue. If you die to them, that's perfectly fine. Sometimes you aren't really paying attention to your RWR and you do something stupid. They're bad, like I have no problem adjusting to Phoenixes, but now that they are out of range, I can just vibe and go straight in. I still don't think BF5 is actually like that good of a fighter. Really bad at like certain roles. This guy as much as I want to because I'm set up for air targets and striking. Doesn't really matter. Let's see if I can come in on the soft top of these vehicles. Oh, there's actually vehicles. Oh, this gun. So awful. Nothing but skill issues. Don't worry, Lance. F5 is okay, but I still prefer BF4. Oh, Phantoms are way better than BF5. The thing is that, like, the F5 is sitting at a slightly more favorable BR right now due to how the majority of BF4s are being put at a higher BR than BF5. And overall, it doesn't really matter, genuinely. But, like, it's kind of weird to argue because, like, there are three Phantoms. There are the non-flare version of the Phantom, which is sitting at, like, 10.7. Then there is the flare versions, which are sitting at 11.3. Perfectly fine BR. Although they do have to contend with all aspect, which is why it's functional, because we have flares. They will also fight with Tomcats, and for some reason, currently US is being split up between all nations. I believe it's because Gaijin is trying to do some kind of silly shit. And then there is the Pulse Doppler Phantoms, which are sitting at 12.0, mainly because they have Pulse Doppler. Pulse Doppler radar makes it way easier to fire off your Sparrows, which is really, really good. And it's just enjoyable. Now, I think the F5E is sitting at a perfectly fine BR. I also think it's perfectly fine that they've been removed from the Tomcats, although you can no longer argue that Tomcats are seeing the elusive MiG-28. Which would be really, really funny, though. F4s are good enough airframes. The problem is brain dead premium pilots. Oh yeah, the F4 gets a really bad rap simply because of the F4S. Wait, the F3H gets AIM 7s? Yeah, it gets really bad ones. It's funny to use them. It's really funny to use them. I still haven't bothered grinding them, but like still, they are really funny to use. But they kind of struggle. But hopefully it's going to be a little bit better nowadays. Apparently they're not that bad. They're not that bad. But the radar's shit, and these things are kind of slow, and they don't turn until they've flown like a kilometer away from the plane, which makes them very, very hard to aim because you're going to have to lead a lot, and it's kind of weird. But at least they're better than aim on beast. That's kind of like what I usually say. So sad that it does. The F4S is amazing now that I know how to fly it. Oh yeah, the F4S is really, really good. The issue is just that pilots suck at it. Because I couldn't dodge it while in the Missile 105. Well, of course you can't. Saab 105 can barely turn. So, my favorite jet? JA-35D Draken. When it comes to the gameplay. Although I would probably still say the JA-35A Premium. Simply because it gets a custom skin that I like genuinely love. So it's decent, but you need to stay at high altitude or else your wings rip really fast. Yeah, the F3H kind of like struggles with altitude. Look, I shoot on Phantoms no matter what. However, I will also say I have a massive skill issue when flying a Phantom. Yeah, you probably do. And like, the thing about the Phantoms, much like the Tigers, is that it's not the vehicle, it's the players. Like, players suck at flying Phantoms nowadays. If you had tried out flying against the Phantoms back when the F4C was top dog, it was a really fucking brutal time for the game. I enjoyed that so much. F4C being the top dog and the F4E being added shortly after genuinely was a good time. Really, really good time. Here, would you care if a skill issue Lance could do a few flying matches with you? Lance, I've been solo the entire day. I think I'm just gonna like relax. I've been super EP all day and I don't think I have the social energy to play with people. I really appreciate you asking though. I'm very happy that people ask me because like I am just tired. What's your thought about the Harrier 2 with 13.0? I don't really know. Like, Amram's being fired off by the Harrier 2 is not bad. Like, honestly, I don't really care about the Fox 3s too much. The issue is the planes that don't have Fox 3s that fly against them. Like, I think the Harrier 2 is struggling, and as I've said throughout the entire stream, I don't think top BR should be 13.7. Ah, you're cute. I'm not cute, boss. But go enjoy your food. Right, you ain't sick no more. It's nice. Yeah, I'm not sick anymore. I know, but I'm just tired. I don't know. I've been feeling like very socially tired, like in the last week. I don't know why. What am I supposed to get? Other than like Lance being silly and adorable. Lance, no. No, Lance, no. Ah, don't give me bits. Nah. Why am I being raided so much today? Hi, Marcus. Hey, cutie. Thank you so much. And what do you mean stinking? I'm pretty sure you can only smell Lance, that's why. Here, I will go back in one of your streams and find the math we did to confirm that you're cute. I'm not cute! The Lance is stinky. You can smell the horny all over here. I'm sorry. I love you, Lance. You're a good friend. Even if you're silly, and even if you're, like, very much married to the F5. We did the math in live chat, Miriam. Yeah, I know. And the math is wrong. We'll call out. I'm sorry. But yeah, Lance, you are just a wonderful little curry king. So. Math don't lie. Well, the math can be wrong. I am hungry, Lance. Well, Marcus, why don't you get some lasagna since you're the cat of lasagna? Huh? Oh, this math. We checked it 3 times. Well, it's still wrong. Genuinely, it feels like you made the conclusion and then you tried to draw up a, like, basically a math piece to support that conclusion. When do you think rank 9 will be added, if it'll actually be added? I think rank 9 will be added when Gaijin chooses to add late, like actuate late Generation 4 fighters. I think rank 9 will be late Generation fighters, late Generation 4, and I think rank 10 will likely be early Gen 5, aka the F-22 and the F-35 and the Su-57 and the J-20. And whatever the rest of the world is building. Although I also think those vehicles will likely be very, very weirdly represented, especially the Su-57, which, according to Russia, is way more capable than it actually is. So, especially in the stealth department. Really understand why it's hot. Alright, can I get a lock? He's so slow, it should be easy to kill him. Like all those layers. Dodge. Side aspect. I one player. And because I have 2 players. That's rear aspect. Oh well. Anything around me? Not really. Fun fact, having a talisman on the F5B has the same research amount as the F4S Phantom 2. Well, talisman often makes planes work roughly the same as just being a premium. Hell, I have a talisman on the F111 for that exact reason. Good. I turned too hard. Way too hard. When I went inverted, I killed myself. It wasn't even the F5 that killed me. I'm very happy he hit me though, because then I didn't kill myself and get like crew locked. IR radar missiles better overall. So I go by the mentality that Fox 1 is king, now Fox 3 is king, but like radar missiles are inherently stronger than IR missiles, mainly because radar missiles are smarter than IR missiles. Now, that being said, I would caution just picking radar missiles just because you can. Some radar missiles like the R-13, the R-3, those 2 missiles kind of struggle compared to like R-60s. Has a lot to do with the radar of the aircraft. Like, some radars are really, really good. And so on. Look, Russia's gonna get F-35s because they will get the Poland tech tree. This is not serious. Well, I would actually argue that like modern Poland would likely be under Germany. Because modern Poland is already being represented by the Leopard 2PL, and yeah. Also, I believe that some Polish vehicles are also under Britain, so I don't think Poland will ever get a tech tree. Well, I got to call my provider and set up a new router and hope it solved my issues I've been having. Well, I hope you have a good time, Lance. Best of luck. Polish Firefly? Yeah, Polish Firefly. Also, like, a lot of other stuff. But, like, the thing is that, I think it's me with me. Well, Lance, just become, just start wearing programming socks. They'll fix it. Programming socks will always fix it. A Polish Sherman is a British premium. Yeah. That's kind of like my point about it. That, like, Poland is a little bit all over the place. I don't think they're getting a sub tree. It's too late for that. I don't have programming socks. Atzer, you should go out and buy some. Become a Nordic resident and you won't have this problem. I don't think just because you live in like Scandinavia or like in the Nordic countries that you'll automatically just not have tech issues. Hell, I have tech issues. Now I'm able to solve my own tech issues, but like still, I have tech issues. I don't have such problems. I mean, the majority of the time, ISPs are not a problem here in like Scandinavia, but like you will still have tech issues. I don't know a lot about missiles. tired, that's completely fine. I would recommend you go off on YouTube, and I think Defin made a video of covering like all the missiles, but genuinely it takes a lot of time to learn about missiles. Like early on, IR missiles are definitely better than radar missiles. Then you start reaching the point where everybody has countermeasures and radar missiles become like the better option. After that, I would say radar missiles are like king forever, and once you unlock active radar homing missiles, also known as Fox 3 or AMRAAMs, R-77s, Derbies, and so on, at that point, it's a little bit too close. I did not like that he did that. At that point, you should just, in general, be careful what you do and just have a good time. That F-111 is not happy with me. Now, I can't catch him because he's way faster than I am. At least I kind of fucked him up. Milan can get him. But yeah, I think Defin definitely have like a lot of videos about how to like use missiles in a very, very good and functional manner. And it just takes time. Oh, I got it. Oh. A5 behind me. I don't like that part. 21 is being slow. Oh, nope. Oh. Oh, the A5 actually caught up. My bad. I was not fully paying attention. How long do you stream? I usually stream for roughly 4 hours. Like somewhere between 3.5 and 4 hours. It depends heavily on like a lot of factors. So I think I might take like one more match, or I could no, I'm gonna take one more match, and then I'm gonna take my my usual naval game, because why not? Let's have some fun with naval. Because like I feel like it's a somewhat functional time for me to stream, but also gives me my evening to myself, and yeah, like I'm just having a good time. Also, by choosing to, I can put it, by choosing to not stream for like longer than 4 hours, I also prevent myself from doing burnout. So yeah, I'm glad you pronounced Defin the same way I do instead of define. It's Defin. Like, come on. Like a couple of people have asked, like if people call him Define, then they don't know how to pronounce his name. I feel like the A4B with a singular gun pod and a couple of A9Bs. I haven't really flown the A4. I don't like it. I think the A4 generally struggles in its power department, and therefore I don't enjoy it. Whenever I fly the A4, I keep thinking I could fly the like the Tonan, and I could have a lot more fun, because the J29F, if it's afterburner, is what makes it fun at SVR. I don't think the A4 is actually fun. Oh god, why fly the A10 for air? It's so bad. Because I want to spade it, and I'm only missing the... Well, at this point I'm only missing the fire extinguishers, so why not? Is he up tier? Am I up tier? I don't care. It would appear I am, because XS is... I don't fucking give a shit. Like, I find it so fucking funny that people, like, lose their minds over being in top tier. That's better than ground. That is a good idea. The thing is that I haven't unlocked the Mavericks until about 20 minutes ago. Actually, I don't even think I unlocked it until like 10 minutes ago. So, I don't know, I want to get it done. I don't really care. And also, if I were to fly it in ground, I would need to wait like at least 1 or 2 years, because I'm not going up a US ground tree anytime soon. I've been playing the British Grand Prix before I play the US. And I need to finish playing the German Grand Prix before that. And for me to care about the German Grand Prix, I would need to play the Swedish Grand Prix fully finished before that. So, like, the US Grand Prix, that's far off. Oh no, I didn't mean Gut Mavericks, then spaded it. I spaded starting with nothing but guns. Well, like, I genuinely don't think that the A10 is, it's worth my time playing a lot of, like, ground just to choose to play it. I'm God's strongest Sweden hater. Slyboots, I hate to tell you, but unless you're Danish or Norwegian, you cannot hate Sweden as much as I am. Scandinavia can all agree on one thing. Fuck Sweden. So, yeah. I can get close to this F4. So, he will be dead. Close to this MiG-23. So, he might be dead. Oh, never mind. And for one hell of a time. Go. Ah. Yeah, too many guns. Their entire team was right there. They have most egregiously overtuned lineups from in the game from 10-0 onwards. Not really. Like, okay, let's quickly go through it. Sweden's 10-0 lineup. CB90. 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 A car and a CB90. That's not really overtuned, but it's just all light tanks, most of which only have like autocannons. Now, yes, autocannons are funny, but it's not really that good. 10-3. Okay, Leopard 2. Leopard 2. Now, Sweden getting 2 Leopard 2s is kind of significant because, you know, yoy. But honestly, it doesn't really matter that much. It's nice that Sweden gets 2 Leopard 2s. I don't fully understand why Gaijin thought it was necessary to add the Finnish one, but whatever. 0 model internals that make them survive bullshit that nobody else would be surviving. Okay, let's have a look at the internals. Okay, what non-modeled internal? Okay, I will agree. The turret basket not being fully modeled, that's a bit of a shame. But other than that, honestly, the CB90 is pretty accurate. There should be a... what's it called? There should be like a metal bar here, or like a metal plate right here across, preventing anything from like hitting here to spall up this way because of the turret basket. But that's not shown. Other than that, there's a couple of seats here, a couple of seats here. Internals are pretty well like modeled, other than the turret also having a spall liner. But that's something Gaijin doesn't want to add to a lot of vehicles. So pretty well modeled compared to real life. There should be a TV screen over here, evidently, and there should be something here for the commander's optics, but they just aren't there. Look at something like the new 2S38 internals and compare it. Well, I will. Give me a second. Like, I think that the fact that like the gearbox isn't fully modeled, it's kind of a shame because like the drive sprocket is out of here, but the gearbox is like back here. This could be changed a little bit, but that's like minor things. When it comes to like the driver not having like his driver things, yeah, I understand why it's not there. It should be added, but then again, like Gaijin needs to add this to all vehicles, not just Sweden. Like that's not really a problem. I find it funny that this is considered a first stage ammo rack when technically it isn't even. But that's like a minor thing I have a bit of an issue with. So it's pretty well modeled compared to real life. Now, yes, the 2S38, the shining beacon of like new internals. Yes, I did also say the turret basket isn't really modeled. Although, weirdly enough, this section that is the autoloader isn't really a thing for the CV90. So that's not really a problem. Now, I do agree that not seeing the driver's controls like this in a lot of vehicles is a shame. I think that it would be nice if they added it, but that is not the biggest issue in the world. The 2S38 is less biased now with how it's designed than the 9040 at the same BR. Well, the 2S38 is still overly biased for its BR. It is genuinely ridiculous. This thing should not be a SBR. This thing is an SPAA that gets darts it doesn't have in real life. They couldn't get these darts to work properly with the gun. So no, that doesn't actually work. The APC-BC shells are allegedly existing, but it's also alleged that they don't exist either. Like in reality, this thing only has high explosive and proxy fuses, and the proxy fuses are foggy at best if they actually exist, or if they actually function. There is a semi-armor piercing shell that has roughly 100 millimeters pen, which isn't actually being represented, but you know, Gaijin. This thing should be 11.3, just like the HSTVL, where it would suffer, but honestly, as long as the HSTVL is 11.3 like this, no, that thing should not be 10.0. Furthermore, the 2S38, because it's an SPAA, Gaijin felt the need to give it a Track IR, which is added to this tank with a 57mm cannon that, let's be honest here, is kinda bullshit. Funnily enough, when it comes to the CV90s, all of the vehicles do have Track IR, or at least they have that against helicopters, because these vehicles are designed to be able to kill helicopters. So no, I don't agree. Compared to the 9040 getting 0 spoil liner and never being one shot, I mean, the CV90 gets one shot quite often. Just needs to shoot the turret. Hold on. Like, protection analysis, let's just grab a random dart. Oh, dart. Hit the turret. There we go, it's one shot. It's dead. Gone. Oh no, I can only see the CV90 from the side. Shoot it anywhere. There we go, one shot. Like genuinely, this thing gets like, just, it's not as overpowered as you think it is. Like, a lot of people see Sweden and just think that it's overpowered. I don't even know why I bother. Swedish players will never agree, or it will damage your handheld gameplay. Sweden is not handheld. Like, I agree, the CV90 is genuinely one of the best IFVs in the game. But 2S38 is like the worst example. Like, yeah, you could compare it to the Lynx. That, I would probably agree with, that the Lynx is not Japan. Like, the Puma has a unmanned turret as well. This thing is kinda, like, this thing is also really well detailed. Although, weirdly enough, it doesn't have a spawn liner. I don't understand why it does not, because in real life it certainly fucking does. But like, the Puma turret is unmanned, and this thing has a lot more survivability than the Mark III CV90. I hate any autocannons. They just blind you. Yeah, that's kind of reality. I've yet to see a good point. I can cherry pick the perfect angles to shoot any vehicle. Well, okay. Let's go back at the CV90 and shoot at it with like any angle. Okay. A average dart that it will be shot at with. TM23 is actually a worse dart that it will be shot at with, but I do genuinely believe that it is very likely that it will be shot by, like, you know, even with worse darts. Okay, is this a good angle? Sly, is this a good angle? Okay, so try shooting it at the side of the engine. So, like here? Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, this will be eaten by the engine block. Oh, it also took out the driver. Yeah, that seems fairly normal. Like, I could even, so like, it went all the way through? Yep. Hell, hold on, let me, switch it down a rank. grab something that is never going to see it, but definitely still has a dart that'll hit it. Like, okay, maybe not a dart. Let's grab an APHE shell. The engine. Yeah, this is also like a very extreme case. It will never see a T-55 AM. Let's say a T-72. T-72's fire darts. This is probably like, it's like the weakest dart. Shoot in the side. Went through. Kill the like the driver. If we try to shoot it here, which is like a roughly very panicked shot, you'll get the gunner. Admittedly, this tank has commander override, but still. Ideally, you shoot the turret. Now, if you're going to argue that just because you can shoot here and do no damage to it, that's kind of a failure to like argue against it, because this is a crew compartment. There is supposed to be infantry squads here, but you know. Use a Russian tank since it's their main point. Well, I'm using a T-72. Let me fire a heat shell from a T-72. Somewhere. There it is. At the side of a tank. Well, this is obviously going to kill it. Let's fire it at the side of the engine. Likely this ball is going to be eaten by the engine block. Oh, I just poorly aimed that, but yeah. Engine block took it. Let's fire it here, which is like a very normal angle to hit it. Engine eats it again, but that's just an inherent advantage of like frontal engines. That's part of the reason why frontal engines exist. I'm also shooting a heat shell, which is admittedly bad, but like once again, ideally you shoot the turret. If you hit the turret, you get either a commander, you usually like murder a breach. But like these composite screens are really, really good for like handling heat, so I'm not even surprised they're actually taking it well. Mainly because these composite screens were built and designed to handle like these kind of things. But like CV90 Mark III, honestly kind of a piece of shit. I would much rather the Mark IV being in the game, but it is kind of a piece of shit. It's not the best. Or at this point good enough? Okay, so Sly, where do I need to hit it? And how do I need to hit it? You can literally replicate this on any tank in a hangar. Yes, that's kind of my point. It's not particularly better just because of like this. Hell, let's quickly look at another 10-0 IFV. I don't know, the Puma. The Puma is a quite popular IFV in real life and pretty good. Has track IR, so therefore it's already better than the CV90. It gets ahead, which is fucking great. While ahead is not proxy fuse, ahead is still pretty good for shooting at like aircraft and especially helicopters, which is your number one target as an IFV. There's a massive difference between testing everything perfectly and actual application in game. Yes, there is. That massive difference is the stress of combat. And that stress of combat does not make vehicles better though. The 9040 is on the side of the Bradley in sense of survivability. If anything, the Bradley survives more. That's a very difficult one to say because like the Mark III is more survivable than the like the M3A3. I would argue the M3A3 has a worse survivability than the Mark III, but that's because the Mark III is a better vehicle. But like the Mark III is genuinely one of the best CV90s, and I find it hilarious that Gaijin doesn't want to introduce a Mark IV. Because the Mark IV will be truly genuinely scary. Like it needs to be at least 11.3. That's mainly just because the Mark IV fires MBDA missiles, which are really, really funny. We could also look at the Bill, which is essentially a A3 Bradley with Bill missiles, which are top attack missiles, which, yes, they are good top attack, although you can't really blame Sweden for being fucking hilarious. You mean China and Israel. Now, that's a good question. What does China and Israel have at this PR? So, China doesn't really have a good lineup for 10-0. That's understandable. Like, Chinese vehicles are kind of shit. They're just T-72s. But like the funny thing about the Chinese vehicles is that they aren't particularly weak to it. Now we can compare it to the Chinese, what's it called? Basically BMP-3, because that's kind of like the same weapon it has. It has 30 mil, pretty nice. I wonder how good the 30 mil is. It's not the worst in the world. I would definitely say that like US 30 mils are better. But, you know, like, it's not the worst. China's better, Russia in every aspect, except SPA and CAS. We can discuss that one later. And Israel, which I do agree is definitely very interesting. Israel has a very, very funny lineup. Although, once again, Israel doesn't really have a good 11-3 lineup. Or sorry, a good 10-0 lineup. You get up BR quite often, which is something that I can see, that if you get up BR, you can feel like you're like having a worse match. But like, I genuinely don't see how the CV90s are that much worse. I will argue that Gaijin should probably acknowledge that the track IR for shooting down helicopters that is on this vehicle should be added. But I don't think the 2S38 is worse than the Mark IV. Oh, sorry, the Mark III. 9.3 getting up tiered isn't awful. Their darts are fantastic for a VR. Yeah, they are perfectly fine. Like the Magach Mach 7 dart is oh, that one is perfectly on par. I would probably argue the only reason why the Mark 7 doesn't get put higher is just because it's so slow. Like, that's it. The dart is perfectly fine, so it doesn't need to worry about UPGARs. But, like, also the Merkava, like, once again, perfectly fine darts, so not just that one. I know, but, like, a lot of vehicles at 9.3, not just in Israel, but, like, other things, like, they have perfectly fine darts. Like, this one probably also has a fine dart. Yep, fine dart. Perfectly fine. You don't need to worry about this. But like, once again, I just don't think that the CV90s are as overpowered as people think they are. I will say the 105 Premium, which is quite popular right now, or in general is quite popular. I'm very happy that I bought mine many, many years ago, but it doesn't really matter. Grossly under tiered? Nah, not really. At worst, they can put them to 10.3. But with how the game currently functions, they cannot be 11.3. And that's just kind of a fact of how Gaijin decided to handle the game. I will say that overall, I will agree that the build feels unfair for a lot of players because they're not used to top attack missiles. And in general, the reload speed of these missiles is absolutely ridiculous. I'm not sure if I could show it here, but that's in general a problem with IFVs. I'm gonna be honest, with CV90s are like the easiest thing to kill of PR, but still, fuck them because autocannons. Yeah, I agree. Autocannons do not feel fun to fight against. The Puma is shittier in every capacity, and it's a 10-0. They get better rate of fire, better ammo, better gun, better mobility, spotliners, and sit at the same BR. They don't have that good mobility, honestly. Like, Puma's having bad mobility. Yeah, that's just kind of reality. The Puma has some mobility issues, but genuinely, the Puma engine is fucking ridiculous because it's a really, really good engine. The entire Puma engine pack is actually really fucking good. And yeah, the Puma's heavier, but like, that's genuinely not that big of a deal. I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing the Puma with APS systems, but that's for future updates, probably. Now, I would probably want to point at the KF41. Sorry. Which has APS. APS is fun, although APS is not really that important in this game. Once again, it has a way better engine than the CV90s. And they weigh roughly the same. They once again get ahead, which is fucking hilarious. And they get track IR. Oh, apparently they don't. Surprising. The KF41 doesn't get track. It has track IR in real life. Thanks, Gaijin. Do you need to unlock it? Do you need to unlock it? No. Okay, apparently this thing just doesn't get track IR. Well, it gets spikes, which is funny. The spikes should be way better than it is in like the game, but APSs is like ATM machines. The Puma also has the buff of being a sexy IFV. Oh yeah, I agree. The Puma looks fucking great. Until someone sneezes on your gun and you lose all your ammo. That is very, very true. Although the Puma, luckily enough, unlike a lot of other IFVs, have a fully unmanned turret, and while yes, the ammo's sitting up here, and weirdly enough, you know, you don't have any extra ammo, which I actually don't fully understand why. It should have more. I like that they've decided to model the Puma better. It's really nice to see that they're doing it. I want this to happen to more vehicles. I don't want this to selectively only happen to vehicles I hate. I am very happy that Gaijin is choosing to start modeling interiors of vehicles better. But like, CV90s are not overpowered, man. Yeah, they have funny autocannons, although they have like this severe issue of, and I'm not sure if you know about this, the CV90 reload is actually kind of silly. I don't think the CV90 should have gotten everything modeled more than that thing. Honestly, I understand why Gaiden didn't do it, but I also think the Gaiden should. Like, yeah. This gun is funny. It has a really high fire rate. You can blame Bofors for that one, because the fire rate is like it is in real life. But much like any other problem with the CV90, it's hilarious when I can't shoot with this all like that. At distance, it's nice. Although you can't really destroy gun barrels that easily because this gun just doesn't really do that. Orange, doesn't really matter. When you get up close, it's pretty nice because, like, yes, these are 40mm darts, so they have a lot of pen. Reality hurts, I know. But there's another issue with the CV90 that is rarely covered. Even though I still have, like, roughly 100 rounds, I can run out because of how the first stage ammo rack of the Bofors 40mm work. If you look at my gun, can't really see it. Definitely can't see it, and I don't have 16 fingers, so please bear with me for a second. There we go. See how, right there, the shells are being put into the first stage ammo rack. How much pen does that dart have? This much. And I don't remember if this is the highest dart. 40mm! Woo! Yeah, this is the advantage of having a 40mm. This is why Bushmaster made a 50mm gun. Because they are powerful. They are ridiculously powerful. You get a lot out of those extra 10mm. But you can see that it's like loading darts in here, or it's loading shots in here, which, by the way, should be fired. Well, the 2S38 still has more pen. Yeah, the 2S38 is also a 57mm gun, which is why the 2S38 has more pen. Although, once again, the 2S38 dart is a mystery. It doesn't really exist. This is the shittier dart, if I'm not mistaken. Probably is. I don't fully remember. I haven't spaded this thing. I don't play these enough. But like, because you only have a magazine of 24 rounds, technically 25, this vehicle kinda has to be very careful. Only the Mark III gets the better dart? Yeah. You have to be really careful because you can find yourself firing off a lot of shots. Oh look, I killed this guy. Oh no, this guy, he has a gun. Better see if I can destroy it. There we go, gun's destroyed. Let's see if I can disable him. There we go, now he can't run away. Oh no, I want to prevent him from turning. There we go, he's now down. I have 4 shots left. This happens in games where players need to be careful. Now I need to drive up to him. Oh yeah, his machine gun. Now he can't shoot at me. Oh, I have 3 shots. I have to be careful. Well, I'm next to him. I can fire. 1, 2, 3. Yep, I'm out of ammo again. Then have to reload. The way you reload in this game is actually really stupid because it's correct. You load this one round. You have to put it into a breach. There we go. And then you start reloading again. The amount of times the pushed up 9040 has swung a corner and our spall liner has eaten every ounce of spall and immediately killed me frontally. That's my smartwatch telling me I'm about to have a coronary. Okay, what were you in? What ate all the spall? Like, genuinely, what was it that ate all the spall? What were you firing? Because I'm kind of curious. Isn't that what spall liners are supposed to do? Oh yeah, exactly. Silent Sweden player. Clock doesn't play Sweden. Any 105 dart. Well, okay, let's do this again. Customization, armor, protection analysis. Any 105 dart. Okay, let's find a weak 105 dart. DM23. Fired into the side. Well, I got the gunner. Let's fire it into the side again. This is likely going to get the driver and the gunner. Oh, it didn't get the driver. Well done, spall liner. Now let's be smart. Shoot the turret. The 105 dart. Oh no, the gun's dead. No, I can't fire. Let's be not smart and shoot the engine. It's still got the gunner. And like, well, yes, you're gonna get murdered. That's just kind of, no, not to shoot here. No, to shoot over here. That's just practice. The, okay, let's see here. You just said 9-3 up tiers in Israel are not bad. I mean, like the spall liner of the Mark III is not a problem. Genuinely. Yeah, sometimes you will only get one crew member, but that's honestly not really the vehicle being bad. Yeah, Tappy, you should go to bed. Go sleep. Hey Mira, what vehicles have spall liners in game? Mark III CV90s, British Leopard 2 A5s, well, in reality, all the Abrams should have it. 2A5, 2A6, PSOs. Actually, do the 2A5 actually get them? I think the 2A5 should get them. Yeah, it gets it. Apparently for turret only. But, yep, 2A5s, 2A6, PSOs, 2A7. The Puma should have it, it doesn't. Some of the Russian vehicles do, especially with T90M and T80BVM. All the Challenger 2s should have spall liners. I'm not sure about the Challenger 1s, honestly. But the thing about the Challenger 1s is that they're like kind of weird. You want to stream Tappy? Well, you do your thing. Type 90 and the Type 10 should have it, although I have no idea if they actually do. Should have it. Apparently not. The Type 90 should have spall liners. Gaijin's probably just not choosing to model it. Comes to China, I have absolutely no idea. I think the VT4, I think the WZ10, like the 1001, CZ99 should also have it. Like even the Mark III. China does not get them. Well done, Gaijin. Ariete AMV specifically and PSO. I'm not sure about the normal Ariete, but I know the PSO gets it. In real life, wow, Gaijin, you are just really hating on everybody. Gaijin does not like spall liners. 2A7, obviously. All of the Leclercs, even though I'm not sure if I get it. Pain of being a US main, yeah. Well, this thing should have the spall liner. It has in real life. Spall liners is not that new of a technology. Like, I know Gaijin is pretending it's a new technology, but it's not that. Let's see, the S21. S21 apparently does not have it either. It should. And the Assure definitely gets it. Or not. The hell, Gaijin? Where's the Assure? Sweden gets it on everything. Germany gets it for one tank. Germany does not get it for one tank. And Sweden does not get it on everything. They get it on the Mark III and the Mark III anti-air because they are both the same vehicle. It does not. I do not believe that it actually gets it on the Mark II. Not sure. Yeah, the Mark II doesn't get it. It doesn't get spall liners.
Actually kind of hilarious. A Ruthless Faultliner is not helping you unless a Hellfire hits you, which never happens. Hellfire's hit me a lot more often than you think it does. Like, the Bill doesn't get it either because it's a Mark 1. Look, nothing. So, like, Sweden doesn't get it on everything. Sweden gets Faultliners on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 vehicles? Yeah, 6 vehicles. That's it. Now, yes, all of their MBTs get it. But, to be honest, I kind of blame Sweden for doing exactly what they've done. Like, Sweden has been very smart about, like, what they've done in real life. Doctrine do be saying Spallliners, and honestly, the A4 should also get Spallliners because we had it in real life. Because, like, what Gaijin classifies as a Spallliner is not what real life classifies as a Spallliner. But that's something else. Even the CB9120 doesn't get it. That's, you know, apparently not. Neither does the 105, neither does the CTCV. It doesn't get a Spallliner either. Like, they don't. Also, once again, Sweden does actually have vehicles with modeled internals. To a certain extent, like, the CTCV was actually something Gaijin tried to model correctly from the start. They've gotten better at it, but it's something they tried to model correctly from the start, so yay! But the Abrams doesn't get them and still has a 60mm turret neck and can be killed by IFVs 4BR lower than them. Oh no! The Abrams! The Abrams has a shitty turret ring! Oh no! Oh no! Like, hold on. Army, oh no! It's so bad! How will it ever cope when somebody appears with... That's a vehicle. There we go. How will they ever cope when somebody does this? How will the Abrams main ever survive when he gets targeted by a reserve Swedish vehicle? Oh no, the Abrams main has to, like, really handle it. There's a reason why this is a thing in real life. Oh my god. Okay, so when a Abrams is under attack in real life, it will be fired at from T80 with, I don't know, doesn't really matter. When it gets targeted in real life, the angle that the shell attacks it is coming from this direction. Like, that's it. Like, this is where Abrams get targeted from. They don't get shot here. They get shot from here. And it's got something to do with how, like, at the distance an Abrams is firing at, aka 2 kilometers, shells do not fly at a flat trajectory. And, like, these shells will definitely hit this upper plate. That definitely is totally accurately armored, according to Gaijin. In reality, the only thing that's really showing on an Abrams at this distance is the turret. That's how you use an Abrams correctly. Here, it means absolutely nothing what's supposed to happen in IRL. Yeah, it doesn't, but it does also mean something, because, like, there's this major issue that people compare a video game to real life vehicles, and it's just, it's not the same. And, like, people go, oh, like, this vehicle does so bad in game, therefore obviously it's inaccurate. No, it's being used incorrectly in game, because we want our video game, and our video game cannot conform to reality. Which TV show would you be on? Jeremy Wade's River Monster or Running Wild with Bear Grylls? Neither. I would say no. I don't care about fishing, and I don't believe in, like, all that other stuff. Hello, Apollo! We're just having a little argument. Don't worry about it. Reality only applies to nation people don't play. No, reality only applies to video games whenever it's convenient. Sorry, Fluffinator. I don't have a thing for TV. I don't know. But like genuinely, no, the CV90s are not overpowered. They have an autocannon. That's about it. Oh no, the Mark II. It's even worse because like this thing is like incorrectly modeled. Look at that. It has 20 millimeters armor, but internally it also has a spall liner technically. But that's not modeled. It should have another like one of these armor plates in here to protect the turret crew because like the turret is actually like a lot smaller than it is in real life. Or like than it is externally, and all of that internally is supposed to protect it from 20 millimeter APDS from on the Mark 1, 30 mil on the Mark 2, and extensive protection all round on the Mark 3. Now, of course, we're talking about all round on the turret, but that's it. I don't think people are upset about how the Abrams is played. I think people are upset that it's under-armored, but that's all I heard since I joined, so I don't know. The Abrams is technically under-armored, but that's rather because Gaijin does not model the Abrams the way it technically is in real life. Most of the time someone shoots your upper front plate and the dart bounces into the turret ring and kills you. Yeah, that's like the number one place where you shoot Abrams. It's also a place where you shoot like Leopard 2s. You don't shoot a Leopard 2 here. Don't shoot it here. Shoot it here. You know. Oh no, I found a Leopard 2. Oh, that was awful aim. Also, that was not a dart. Like, oh no, a Leopard 2. Boop. That's where I aim. That's where I shoot the Leopard 2s. Get the breach, and then you can walk up and do whatever you want with them. You can also shoot them up here, because, like, once again, this part is not modeled the way it should. But that's just funny. The turret ring on the real tank is about 290 millimeter. Yeah, roughly. But, like, you know, Gaijin will only apply certain sources because, like, they can't just take in any random information. And this is a video game where Gaijin has to, like, deal with classified information all the fucking time. And that classified information makes it so that they have to make shit up. Hell, like, the entire reason why the Challenger 2 documents... Oh. Let's just stick to 2FF. 2F. Because the 2F is, like the real thing. According to Gaijin, this is the entire turret breach. There's a armor plate underneath here. But, like, according to Gaijin, this is all that protects the crew. Which is very, very incorrect. Like, up until recently, this was not here. There was just a giant empty space here. It's nice to see it here, but it's nowhere near as big as it is in real life, or as well protected as it is in real life. In real life, you don't pen here on a Challenger. Here. But that's something else. And that's one of those things where Gaijin will make up something until they can find anything that will, like, fit in with what they can use. Gaijin will only apply certain sources if it aligns with their opinions. That as well. Hence why they even said a FOIA release by the Department of Defense confirming statistics for the Abrams armor and capabilities, and they said, that's not true. Well, sometimes there is just an asshole who's, like, in control of, like, things, who is definitely biased. Boss, you remember his name. But I said that a 15-year-old video about a pre-production T90M for balancing. Yep. That sounds like Trickster. That's his name, right? Boss, you know who I'm talking about. Yeah, Trickster. Yeah, that definitely sounds like Trickster. But that's not gonna make the CV90s overpowered. Like, I find it hilarious that people are like, oh, look, Sweden's so OP. And it's just like, most of the time, Sweden just has, like, slightly decent shells. And that's it. Trickster's a gross Russia supporting orc and shouldn't have a job. That is politics that I shouldn't come into on this channel. And that is because I have a self-imposed rule that I'm not supposed to talk about politics. We're talking about video games. But, like, I think the only thing that really justifies Sweden to be, in quotation marks, good, at Top BR is the fact that they get a very like wide array of light vehicles that have very like broad applications. I'm looking very much specifically at the CB90-105. I'm looking very much specifically at the CB90-120. And their very, very favorable selection of 2 Tech Tree Leopard 2 A4s and their somewhat enjoyable selection of Leopard 2 A5s. But considering that Gaijin will selectively pick shells for all vehicles to basically enforce a roughly 600mm pen at 11.7, and roughly 400mm pen at 10.3, and roughly 370mm of pen at 9.3, overall it doesn't fucking matter. I haven't seen Trickster on the forum in a while, so I don't know what he's doing now. At least now not on the bug report forum. Hell yeah. I mean, it doesn't really matter. But, like, the thing is that, how can I put it? Like, this is a game that is very, very far outside of its, like, comfort zone. It worked fine back when it was World War II vehicles. It worked sort of fine back when it was, like, early Cold War vehicles. But once we started reaching vehicles with classified documents, that's the point where everything fell off a cliff. And it's because Gaijin had to make shit up. Apparently a Conqueror can't conquer an AGM-12B to the turret roof. I mean, that's a bullpup. Have you seen those things? They're quite literally guided bombs. Like, hold on. Let me just find a... That's not a bullpup. Fuck it. Secondary weapons. Bullpup. This thing weighs, close to 260 kilograms. That's a 500-pound bomb. Like, genuinely, this thing is scary. With a rocket motor. I highly recommend you to look up a video of a M41 Walker Bulldog being hit by an inert bullpup and just see the devastation. Hello, good evening, loveliest, wonderful to see locals, scientifically studied super cutie Mira. Mira, no cute. Once more, hope you're having a good time in War Thunder. I'm having a great time. I'm just having an argument. Don't worry about it. Slide Boots over here is being adorable. And I'm trying to kindly explain to them that it's not as, like, his issue is not as big as he thinks it is. Bulldog got smashed into the ground, lol. Yeah, like, genuinely, the AGM video of, like, it hitting a Bulldog is absolutely terrifying. Here, you've been live for 4 hours. I'm aware. I had them at 10-0, and this shit sucks. What? Oh, like playing Russia 10-0? Well, let's quickly have a look. What does Russia have at 10-0? Well, you have a 2S25M, which is honestly very comparable to the CB90-105. It's actually not a bad tank. It's a little bit fake. There are some things here that are definitely, like, not true. Although it being able to fire this round, I do believe is real. And this is, like, a quite clear example of Russians getting a little bit of bias. Yes, it can fire this dart. But the CB90-105 can fire DM-53. And I try to be able to tell, it only gets DM-33, which is supposed to balance it. But, yeah. So that's kind of funny, but that's like a discussion for future problems. Like, the 2S25 is genuinely a pretty good tank. I actually highly recommend you try it out. It's pretty fucking good. It gets a remote operated machine gun, which, you know, while it's not a high caliber, it's still enough to fuck with people. It has a pretty good optic, honestly. 2-plate stabilizer with pretty decent, like, gun guidance. It's still an autoloader, so it's very reliable when it comes to that. And, oh, Lord, I just noticed, the autoloader is not even modeled. Who would have thunk? Yeah, this is just a T-72 autoloader that's just been, like, put into basically a BMP chassis, and then like adapted as a infantry support vehicle. This thing is actually genuinely really, really good in real life. If it wasn't because Russia doesn't produce them at all. The 2S25M isn't supposed to fire the M60 round because IRL it didn't receive the reinforced breach. Breach would explode if it fired it. Yeah, that doesn't even surprise me if that's true. I haven't looked much up on it. I just know that Russia doesn't produce this thing in real life because they made like 10 of them and then we ran out of money. Just like the T-14. What else do we have? We have a T-72 filled with ERA. Oh boy. Box standard T-72 with a very nicely modeled autoloader. Nice. This thing eats ball. It's kind of funny. But like other than that, it's just a T-72 with a shitload of Contact 1, which is kind of funny. Makes it a really shitty experience for people. That's a slightly overperforming dart. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't just get M22, but then again, I'm not really surprised. The Russians kind of have their issues. I don't know what generation thermals it has. Probably doesn't matter because in reality, what I can see here, this optic is probably a really bad one. Yeah, it's probably an older model. Doesn't really matter. It needs to have shit thermals anyways. It's probably only gonna be Gen 1. It has thermals. Pretty sure it does. Yes. It's this version, but it gets it. Really? I know the Russians put thermals in T-72Bs, but I guess that's like a later thing that we never did. This one? Yes, okay, there we go. I'm being an idiot. My bad. But honestly though, thermals isn't really that important at 10.0. Gen 1 thermals are really, really unreliable. Wonder what type of thermals this thing has. Probably Gen 2. We will never know because it doesn't say. But probably Gen 2, especially considering how new it is. It should actually probably be Gen 3. You get a T-80? That's pretty good. Oh yeah, we get this piece of shit. Yeah, this thing should not be 10.3. Russia having the 292 makes it automatically kind of ridiculous. Also, we should probably mention the fact that Russia gets a excellent suite of 2 premium MBTs and 1 horrifically under BR'd SPA. Not to mention you get the Strela, which is really, really funny for its BR. It should be higher BR, but you know, Russian vehicles get their thing. The Strela launcher is kind of like Stingers, although they are a little bit better, mainly just because the Strela is significantly newer, but that's something else. So like Russian 10.0, 10.3 is not bad. Never has been. 292 and 2S25M should be 10.7 at the lowest. Honestly, the 2S25M, if it had like, if it actually like keeps this, it should be 10.3. No, not it should be 11.3. Just like the CV90-120. It's kind of funny that like the CV90-120 is all the way at 11.3 with roughly equal mobility and about the same in terms of like capabilities, but you know, it's kind of interesting that Russia just gets this at such a low BR. This thing also is, it's not that bad, but you know, gotta hate Russia players. Same repeated joke, har har har. You play Israel copy paste tanks, har har har, as they buy their 93rd fucking T-80 or T-72. Yeah, but well, you know, Israel isn't really copy paste, but Israel doesn't have enough tanks to really warrant a tech tree anyways. They have all Wehrmacht Osh, which is like just the various different like modifications up until the Mark 7 that I really like. I also kind of like the Mark 6, but genuinely the Mark 7 is really funny. The Merkavas are really cool. I love the Merkavas. Such a shame that Israel has such a iffy reality, but that's something else. Namor IFV, kind of nice. Kind of sad that it like was introduced in such a stupid way where you could destroy the, like it would blow up from this ammo getting destroyed. That was kind of hilarious. Once again, I highly doubt that it doesn't have an extra armored belt. Sorry, ammo belt, but I'm not even like gonna argue against it. They are IFVs, after all. They are not MBTs. They were never meant to fight MBTs, and it's kind of funny that they're being represented in such a way in War Thunder. Other than that, I really like the Namer. It's, once again, very well protected from the front, especially considering what kind of IFV it is, but that's just Israeli being Israeli. So yeah, what about other things for Russians? They get a kind of funny, this thing is a little bit silly. I understand how it works in real life, but like, this thing is hilarious because like you just hide behind a bush and then or behind a berm, and then you just fire this over it. I love the reloading mechanism, but like this thing has like other problems. Funnily enough, where's the commander? Like, where's the driver and the gunner? Where's the commander? This thing is just missing a crew member. Straight up missing a crew member. How silly. You get, very weird missile. You get a tandem warhead that has way more pen than most other, like, warheads of this. There is no gunner, there's a commander. Yeah. Just, the gunner's here, the commander's here. What the hell? Oh well. Game do indeed be weird. But like, you don't have bad tanks for 10-3, 10-0. Honestly, it's on par with everything else. The BMP2 being like still broken because like for some reason this thing can fire its HGMs on the move, even though they are laser guided, which means that it cannot fire them on the move, but that doesn't really matter. You can also fire funny versions of them. This thing also gets track IR, even though once again, that track IR is only for helicopters, but apparently that's okay when it's a Russian vehicle. It's not okay for the CV90. Russia's kind of weird. Like, Russia has a lot of really, really good options, and that's only like 10-0. We also have 9-7, where we have a T-64, which is actually pretty good. Genuinely, the T-64 for its time, not in-game, was a really, really fucking good tank. So apparently that breach is just not where it should be. Well done modeling that one. But yeah, T-64, not too bad. Basically just a T-80 in like baby stage. But like that doesn't really matter. And you can bring other supporting vehicles like a BMP-3 and a 2S-25. Like, you don't have to, but like bringing the BMP-3 is not a bad idea. T-72AV, BMP-2M, 2S-38, SU-25K, best 10 lineup. You forgot the T-80UD, which for some fucking reason is 10-0 and not, 10-7 like it should be. Like, later on you get, like, the funny bullshit of Contact 5, which doesn't do what it does in real life. And yeah, like, Russia is not in a bad spot. Never has been, because Gaijin very selectively favors them in some ways. That just makes no sense. And yeah, sorry, I hate to say it, but like, genuinely, I just feel like you've noticed whenever you get killed by a Swedish vehicle and then just blame Sweden for being overpowered. Now, I'm gonna send you guys off, because like, I've been sitting here chatting for like at least an hour, and my voice is getting unhappy, I'm hungry, and I'm tired, and I've been streaming longer than I usually have. And it would appear that the only person who's currently live that I know that I want to raid is Blesk. It would be funny to raid Blesk. But I want to say thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you for streaming. No problem. But I'm not lovely. But I have a little bit of a thing I have to go through. Because today has been a very, very interesting stream. Don't forget Russian ERA each start. Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's performing way differently than it should in real life. I want to say thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for hanging out. Huge shout out to Shimakaze, Little Sharky, and Marcus Hallaby for choosing to raid me. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Another shout out to Tappy Wappy, Little Sharky, Jay Diesel, Nasty Bandito, Angela135YT, Mr. Haxu, Mr. Tyrant43 for choosing to follow me. I really appreciate it. Don't forget the Kamals being invincible. Oh yeah, the Kamals are really poorly modeled. And once And finally, shout out to Aragon, who chose to give out a gift sub, and shout out to Lighting Lens for choosing to donate 100 bits. I really appreciate the money. I promise we're going into helping out the channel, aka I'm saving up for a computer with it. And I just want to wish you all a wonderful evening. I'm going to send you guys off to Blesk. I'm going to be playing War Thunder here on Friday again. And I don't know, I'm just tired at this point. So please go say hi to Blesk. Go be nice. Goodbye, everybody.